Okay, the stream is now live.
Good afternoon. It is now 1 p.m. I would like to call to order this meeting of the Moore County Board of Education. It is Monday, July 13th, 2020. I will note that we are in a virtual meeting, and I have with me online Stacy Caldwell, Dr. Betty Brown, Ms. Helena Wallen-Miller, Dr. Robert Grimacy, Mr. Ed Dennison, Ms. Pam Thompson, as well as Neil Ramey, attorney, and Sonia Potter, our board clerk. At this time, I will entertain a motion.
Madam Chair, I make a motion to enter, I'm sorry, I'm sidetracked. Excuse me. The board will make a motion to enter into closed session to prevent the disclosure of confidential personnel information pursuant to General Statute 143-318.11A, 1, A5, and A6, and General Statute 115C-319, and to consult with the board attorney and preserve the attorney-client privilege pursuant to General Statute 143-318.11A3.
Is there a second?
This is Stacy, I second.
All right, motion was made by Ms. Thompson, second by Ms. Caldwell. We will now do a voice vote. Dr. Brown? We'll be doing these voice votes in alphabetical order if I can get that together. So Dr. Brown, how do you vote?
Aye.
Ms. Caldwell?
Aye.
Mr. Dennison?
Aye, but I have a question about the motion. Did we read the whole thing, Neil?
Yes, there was originally going to be a possible discussion of a matter in litigation, but that's been removed from the closed session.
Okay.
Thank you.
Got it. Thank you.
Ms. Thompson?
Aye.
Ms. Wallen-Miller?
Aye.
Mr. Weaver? Mr. Weaver, if you are listening, you will need to unmute. Did we lose Mr. Weaver? Okay. No, Mr. Weaver.
Can you hear me?
Mr. Weaver, yes. How do you vote, Mr. Weaver?
No.
We're voting on a motion to go into closed session.
We see you.
To sign out.
Yeah.
Come
Mr.
back
Weaver, how do you
We
vote
see
to
you.
go into closed session?
You're good, John.
Can you hear us? Okay, I think we might have an issue there. As chair, I will also vote in favor. Since Mr. Weaver is not in attendance at the moment, that would mean the motion carries 6-0. And
Madam
we will
Chair,
move to
Madam
closed
Chair, just as a point of order, Madam Chair, just to
Mhm.
clarify,
session. Back on here.
I didn't catch Mr. Dennison's clarity. He got clarity on the motion. Ed, did you acknowledge yay or nay?
I said aye before I asked for the clarification.
Thank you. Okay. Yes, you did. And Mr. Weaver, I now believe is back, Madam Chair.
Can you
Mr.
hear me?
Weaver, can you hear us?
Can you hear me?
Yes, we certainly can.
I vote aye.
All right, well, now the motion is 7-0 since we have our full board, and we will now go into closed session with the plan to enter back into public session at 1:30. Thank you.
Okay, we are back live.
Thank you, Mr. Eklund. I'll call this session back to order and ask for a motion for approval of the agenda.
This is Ed, so move.
I'll
Betty,
second.
second.
Motion by Mr. Dennison, second by Dr. Brown. We will now vote in alphabetical order. Dr. Brown,
Aye.
Mr. Dennison.
Aye.
Oh, I skipped Ms. Caldwell.
It's okay. Aye.
Ms. Thompson,
Aye.
Ms. Wallen Miller,
Aye.
Mr. Weaver,
Aye.
and I will also vote aye, which means the motion carries 7-0. At this time, I invite you to join me as I say the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Mrs. Vice Chair Thompson, if you could lead us in a moment of silence.
Yes, Madam Chair. I would just like to comment that we continue to hear of COVID positive cases as well as deaths within our county. So let's just remember those family members or friends that you may know that have fallen victims of COVID. If we could just take a moment of silence. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. At this time, we move to the consent agenda. Because we are not doing this as a work session and a regular meeting, at this time I would entertain a motion to approve the consent agenda as presented.
Madam Chair, this is Pam. I make a motion to approve.
This is Ed, I second.
Motion by Ms. Thompson, second by Mr. Dennison. That is to approve the consent agenda. We'll now vote in alphabetical order again. Dr. Brown,
Aye.
Ms. Caldwell,
Aye.
Mr. Dennison,
Aye.
Ms. Thompson,
Aye.
Ms. Wallen Miller,
Aye.
Mr. Weaver,
Aye.
and I will also vote aye. The consent agenda is approved. 7-0. All right, at this time, we will move to public address to the board. We would go to Ms. Murphy.
Madam Chair, we have 3 comments. One would like to do their comments by telephone, so I will make that phone call.
Thank you.
This is Randy Clemens.
Hello?
Mr. Clemens?
Yes.
Hi, this is Catherine Murphy with Moore County Schools. You are now dialed into the Board of Education for public comment. Can everybody hear him?
No.
No.
Mr. Clemens?
Yes.
Good afternoon. We would love to hear what you have to say, but you'll need to speak loudly into your phone.
Mr. Clemens?
Can everybody hear me okay?
Yes, sir.
Okay, now we've got volume. Please go ahead.
Oh, okay. Good afternoon. Like I said, my name is Randy Clemens. I have 2 children that attend Moore County Schools in District 1. And I just want to take some time today, and I'd like to provide you with a perspective before you decide on the education plan for this fall. And I don't believe that a plan like a hybrid education is a valid choice for parents. We've heard the media and leaders of North Carolina state that we base the reopening from science and data. But using words like biblical, astronomical, raging, out of control cases, and displaying data in certain ways only invokes fear in our community. After researching the data on the Moore County Public Health website, I've compiled the same data presented in a different perspective. I retrieved Moore County population data from WRAL chart and it was approximately 96,500 residents. If that's not correct, I'm sorry for that. I use this number to calculate percentage rates of the data presented on the Moore County Health Department's website. Right now it's showing 613 confirmed cases, which when you put that into a percentage is 0.63% rate of Moore County's population. When you look at the active cases, there are 101 as of today, and that is a 0.10 percentage rate of Moore County's population. Looking at the children ages 0 to 17, they make up 73 cases of the confirmed, or about 11.9% of cases in Moore County, which equates to 0.008% of the county's population. Now, I haven't been informed of any red line percentage rate used to open schools or close schools, but 0.008% is pretty close to zero. I understand it's not zero, and I feel for the people that are affected by COVID. But like I said, it's pretty close to zero. As a whole, Moore County is doing well. You know, it's the 26th largest county out of the state, but we're in the bottom 50 percentile for total confirmed cases. So that shows that the people are trying to get us back in where we need to be. Next, I'd like you to consider the financial impact to the district. If parents cannot work, then they don't contribute to state taxes. Okay, also, the federal funding, both that comes from the government and that of our military connected families that fill out those sheets every year for additional funding, and also the loss of revenue from not having sports this fall at the middle and high school levels and how that'll affect next year's sports. I would also like to find out who is the approving authority for sports to resume in Moore County. The High School Athletic Association approved practices to start on 15 June, but gave the decision to the school districts. I was just trying to find out what was going on with that.
Mr. Clement, I have you at 2 minutes.
Can I do my conclusion?
Madam Chair?
Yes, sir.
15 more.
Madam Chair approved you to have a few seconds to conclude.
Okay. In conclusion, I think we need to have two options, one on each end of the spectrum, not a hybrid, one that opens the schools and provides a valuable in-person pre-COVID education, and one other option for parents who don't feel comfortable and would like to choose digital learning that meets standards of education. And if parents don't agree with the plans that you develop, can they withdraw their children from school, no homeschool, no digital learning, and re-enroll into the same grade the following year without repercussions? I see this as no difference between the end of last year's digital learning, where you could choose a COVID withdrawal. I think my big point here is I believe that the numbers don't represent what the media and what our politicians are saying, and we need to open our schools. And I'd like to thank you for your time today.
Thank you, Mr. Clemens.
Thank you.
All right, Ms. Murphy.
Yes. The next comment is from William Schaffner. I would like to ask that during the discussion on the courses of actions, COAs for the reopening of Moore County schools, that the impact and/or plan for athletics is discussed. As a parent of a Union Pines student athlete, the plans for restarting athletics is of great interest to our family. Thank you in advance for your time, and I look forward to hearing about the plans to reopen our schools. The final comment is from Anne Marie Brown. I am continuously disappointed by Moore County School Superintendent Bob Grimacy and our Board of Education. This afternoon's meeting is a complete slap in the face to all the working parents who should have the opportunity as non-working parents to be able to participate in this meeting. We are talking about the safety of our children during a pandemic and you dare to hold a meeting at 1:30 in the afternoon. This meeting is also a virtual meeting, so I cannot believe that our Board of Education members that work for the community and the parents of all school-age children are so self-centered that they could not hold a virtual meeting at a time where all parents could hear the options for going back to school. Especially considering only one of the board members has school-age children, I find this to be a blatant disregard to parents. Why is it we cannot have a forum-style virtual meeting so that parents are able to ask questions about the scenarios, considering in just a couple of weeks you will be asking us to make decisions on these scenarios? Today's meeting follows the same agenda: public comment in the beginning of the meeting and no questions. You all have had months to figure this out, and we only get a three question over the phone survey. It amazes me that each and every one of you state you work for the children when it is obvious you just serve yourselves and the ones that support you. Since this pandemic, you all have still met once a month with the exception of June. How can this be when we are talking about children's education during a pandemic? Is this not worth your time or effort? Or is just not self-serving enough for you? The board encourages communication with the public, believing an informed public and informed board will result in a better system of public education. This statement is from your own policy manual, but yet how do you expect this to happen when most parents cannot even attend the meeting or ask questions? Once again, as a full-time working parent, I must watch the video after the fact. Although I am sending in a public comment, it is being read before the reopening overview, and of course, we are not allowed to ask any questions. How convenient for you all. That includes our public comments.
Thank you, Ms. Murphy. All right, we will now move to action items within the agenda. Dr. Grimacy.
Excuse me, Madam Chair, I was muted. Board action. First item is renewal of the enterprise resource planning system with Link, and I'll defer to Mr. Cox.
Thank you, Dr. Grimacy, Madam Chair, other members of the board. This item is the renewal of enterprise resource planning system with Link. Moore County Schools has the option to choose from one of 3 state-approved financial systems to run our financial operations and HR operations. Those 3 systems are Serenic Navigator for K-12, and Link. Serenic is an outdated DOS-based system. Just to give you a little background on the systems, Serenic Navigator for K-12 is a more modern system which was designed to have those users who are on Serenic move to their new modern platform. However, only 2 districts in the state have migrated to Serenic Navigator over the course of about 3 years. So Moore County Schools has partnered with Education Management Systems to run their Link financial and human resources systems for the last several years. Just again, for some background, renewals have been on an annual basis in prior years, and the annual cost for that renewal has been below the board threshold to come to the board for approval, allowing the superintendent to approve that contract because it was below the threshold. The School Business System Modernization Project that you've heard me talk about previously before has been rolled out by the state of North Carolina. After that, EMS dramatically increased their prices to reflect the prices of the 2 vendors that were selected as new options for school districts, which are Cherry Road and Tyler. Why aren't we bringing one of those today? Well, the School Business System Modernization has stalled due to the budget issues and lack of funding, and so we can't move to a more modern system at this time. But in order to reduce costs with our current system Link, we're recommending the board approve a 4-year agreement with EMS to provide software, service, and maintenance for Link system, which will run our HR and financial systems. Education Management has agreed to edits to their master services agreement in a side letter at the recommendation of our board attorney. So the 4-year agreement will save the district approximately $13,000 per year, a total of $52,000 over the 4-year period, and give the district and the state time to analyze how that school business system modernization program will move forward. And once that program moves forward, we'll bring a recommendation back to the board for a new, truly modern ERP system. So again, the recommendation is to approve a 4-year agreement with Link. Annual cost is $76,000. Prior year cost was $41,000. As you see here, it's an increase, a fixed cost to the district increase of almost $40,000 over the prior year, but we are limited in our choices for a new system at this time. Happy to take any questions.
And that is a fixed cost.
Correct, yes.
That was included in budget. It's actually a little bit lower than what we were showing as our fixed cost increase.
Are there questions?
Mr. Cox, this is John Weaver.
Yes, sir.
What's the likelihood of the school business system modernization project moving forward before the end of the 4 years?
We don't know at this time. In the budget, and I believe the governor did sign it, a bill to move forward with those 4 systems that are pilots that are moving forward right now to fund that, but no additional funding at this time. One of the agreements that we did get put into the system with 1-year notification, we can opt out of that 4-year agreement. So it'll give us a year to move toward a new system if we choose to do that.
That was my next question, so thank you for answering that.
Are there other questions? Dr. Brown?
None.
Now, Mr. Cox, this is a part of the state mandated change that's not funded. Is that correct?
Correct. Well, the school business system modernization is a state mandate and a change that is not funded. When Link, their parent organization, Education Management System, saw the bids that were selected, they increased their prices to match the cost of those vendors, although not providing any new software. So it is essentially an unfunded mandate. We could opt to go to one of the new systems, but that would cause a migration of software, which takes time. And that old version actually costs more than the Link system.
Okay, thank you. Other questions?
Superintendent recommends approval, Madam Chair.
All right, I'll need a motion to, obviously we don't normally proceed in this fashion, but we are going to take action on each item today such that we did not have the work session to discuss these earlier. Is there a motion to approve this agreement with EMS Link for 4 years?
Madam Chair, this is Ed. I move that it be approved.
Motion by
This is Pam, a second.
Second by Ms. Thompson. And we'll now vote in alphabetical order. Dr. Brown?
Aye.
Ms. Caldwell?
Aye.
Let's see, who's name? Mr. Dennis, excuse me. I'm looking at your faces on the screen. Mr. Dennis?
Aye.
Thank you. Ms. Thompson?
Aye.
Ms. Wallen-Miller?
Aye.
Mr. Weaver?
Aye.
And I will also vote in favor. The motion carries 7-0. All right, Dr. Gramercy?
Madam Chair, at this time, Dr. Seth Powers will present a proposal on the Panorama Education Survey Platform contract.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Dr. Powers.
Thank you. We're requesting the approval of the annual contract with Panorama Education, which the district has had for the past 2 years. Just as a reminder, Panorama Education is an online survey platform that partners with K-12 schools to analyze data related to SEL, school climate, family engagement, and more. It's been a valuable tool for the district over the past 2 years related to student surveys, as well as staff surveys in a number of areas. This year, due to some additional professional development that we're currently working with Panorama to provide for our administrators, teachers, and staff related to social emotional needs as a result of the coronavirus pandemic. And then also with the fact that Pinecrest High School has had their own individual contract with Panorama, and they'll now be joining our district contract. The cost for next year's subscription with them will exceed the threshold of $50,000 needed for board approval. So just to give you an idea of some of the surveys and things that we use Panorama for, our annual social emotional learning surveys to all grades 3 through 12 students, our annual district climate culture surveys to students in grades 7, 9, and 11, our annual district youth risk behavior surveys to students in grades 8, 10, and 12. Annual dipstick teacher working condition surveys to teachers at individual schools. It's also utilized for our biannual classified working condition survey. And then also individual schools use it for their own survey needs based on the individual needs of their schools. So the total amount, the cost next year will be $64,500. And I'll be glad to answer any questions.
Are there questions for Dr. Powers?
How much more is this than previous years, Dr. Powers? This is Betty.
Yes, ma'am. It's been around $45,000. That's approximate the past 2 years. Mm-hmm.
Do we know why the increase?
Yes, ma'am. Two things. We're adding Pinecrest High School to the district contract this year. Pinecrest High School was actually ahead of our district in using this resource. So they had contracted individually with Panorama.
Okay.
Their contract has ended, and we're adding them to our district contract. And then in addition, we're also working with them to provide some professional development for our teachers and administrators and other staff related to social emotional needs for themselves as well as students.
Thank you.
Mr. Weaver?
Dr. Powers, this is John Weaver. The contract that Pinecrest High School had, was that included in the $45,000 you just mentioned, or was that an additional charge?
That was an individual, that was not included in the $45,000.
Do you have any idea how much that was?
I do not. I'm not familiar with their contract.
Okay, but it was in addition to the $45,000.
Correct. Yes, sir.
Closer to the $64,500.
The Pinecrest's contract would have been somewhere in the balance between the two.
Okay.
Correct.
And do we know what level of funding will be available for this in the CARES Act?
Mr. Weaver, I would suggest that all of the CARES Act funding is available for any fixed cost increases that we incur. That question is probably more easily answered when Andrew Cox gives you the update on the overall budget.
All right, I'll postpone my question until then. Thank you.
Okay, and it may be answered as part of his presentation, but the CARES Act funding is one of the points that Mr. Cox will make later on is the CARES Act funding is the most flexible discretionary money that we have. And so for that reason, we're trying to hold off assigning that money until we find out where all of the other more tightly governed money is going to benefit us. And then we see what fixed costs or what COVID-19 related costs we have at the end of that, and then apply the CARES Act direct money to those expenses. Mr. Cox will get into much more detail with that after a while.
Okay.
Ms. Wallen-Miller, did you have a question?
No, it was answered. Thank you very much.
Dr. Powers, it's my understanding that quite a bit of the funding we receive on a regular basis through grants is based often on information that we gather through the surveys that our students do complete, and that grant money is most beneficial. That's part of what enables our county to stay at the forefront of so many areas of the field of educational and emotional and social support. Am I correct in that?
You are correct. We definitely are able to use the data that we gain from both our YRBS survey and our climate and culture surveys to help support grant writing specifically related to some of the safety grants that are available through the state as well as in other areas. So you are correct.
So Panorama enables us to collect this data and then use it as best will benefit students and our school system. Thank you, Dr.
And enables us, yes, and enables us to seek other funding through other grants and strengthens our ability to do that.
Thank you. Other questions? Dr. Grimacy, your recommendation?
Yes, ma'am. I recommend the school board approve the proposal as presented.
Is there a motion?
So move.
The motion has been made by Mr. Dennison, a second.
Second, Betty.
Second by Dr. Brown. The motion to approve Panorama Education Survey Platform Contract. Dr. Brown, how do you vote?
Aye.
Ms. Caldwell,
Aye.
Mr. Dennison,
Aye.
Ms. Thompson,
Aye.
Ms. Wallen Miller,
Aye.
Mr. Weaver,
Aye.
and I will also vote aye. The motion carries 7-0. Thank you, Dr. Powers. All right, Dr. Grimacy, back to you. You're gonna have to unmute.
Again, I'm playing by the, getting caught up in my own rules here. Okay. Madam Chair, it is my privilege to present to you minor revisions and updates to the Moore County School Strategic Plan based on the fall 2019 evaluation of that plan that was engaged in by staff and the school board during a series of work sessions in the fall. You'll recall that this board engaged in an extensive stakeholder-driven process of evaluating and reconstructing its strategic goals from the fall of 2017 to June of 2018. And that the current version of the strategic plan was approved during your meeting on June 11th of 2018. The plan now serves as a strategic driver of our school district's work. It was developed to focus on the 5 domains of academic achievement, student safety, health and welfare, employee culture and capacity, parent and community engagement, and organizational capacity and efficiency. As I indicated, each of the domains, our progress under each of the domains during the first year and a half of the strategic plan's implementation was presented to you by different members of the senior staff from October through January. And that during your work, and that was our intention at that point to come back during the first quarter of this coming year to offer any updates or revisions of the plan. That got delayed with the COVID-19 crisis. And so now we are bringing back to you a version of it that has multiple revisions to it, none of which are very substantive, in part because of the still relatively new status of the strategic plan. I'd say perhaps the one that is perhaps most substantive would be strategy 2 under objective 3 of domain 5. And that domain 5 is organizational capacity and efficiency. Objective 3 reads, the district will provide financial management of funding to ensure maximum benefit to instruction and proposed sustainability. And under strategy 2, there was a strategy to restore the superintendent's budget committee for development of the annual proposed operating budget. Previously, we had indicated that we would have a committee that included internal and external stakeholders. And in our efforts to pattern that committee after the similar budget committee that is chaired by the county manager, we noted that there were not external stakeholders on that committee. And so this past year, we made that revision. And so we just now have a budget committee whose membership is more in line with what the county commissioners have. Other than that, there were some multiple changes in language to just update the language of this. And rather than me go through each one of those, there's only about 3 or 4 more of them. I'll just entertain any questions that board members might have.
Are there questions for Dr. Grimacy?
This is Helena. I didn't have any questions. I just really appreciated the thoughtfulness that went back to the strategic plan to see what needed to be changed based on what we learned this year and from the reports that we've gotten as well. So this might be a good thing to do each year as we just refine and update and ensure that we're in alignment with what our goals are.
It's my hope, Ms. Wallen-Miller, that the board will engage in that evaluation process in the fall of each odd-numbered year, and that based on that discussion that we have in these public meetings, with the public, of course, weighing in whenever they wish to, either by direct contact with board members, with myself, or during public comment at meetings, that would then inform revisions to the plan in the first quarter of each even numbered year. If you do that, you'll be setting a pretty good standard in comparison to school boards across the state.
I might add, Ms. Wallen-Miller, it's a pleasure to see places where, such as Domain 2, under Objective 3, we're no longer having to develop a basic crisis support team. We are reviewing and refining it even farther, because that's a very critical step we've made forward. And to see that it has already been implemented there, and as well as our beginning teacher support under Domain 3, we're not having to implement it anymore. We're just being sure that the one that we have implemented is being carried out effectively. And it's nice to see the wording change, because we've put these programs into effect and that they are working. So we appreciate that part of it. Are there other questions or comments on the strategic plan?
No, Libby, this is Stacy. I just wanted to let you know, I think Neil left.
I noted that.
Okay.
I don't know whether he's got internet issues or whether he has been called away, but I think we can proceed even without him.
That would be my recommendation, Madam Chair.
Dr. Grimacy, your recommendation on this item?
Yes, ma'am, that the school board would consider a motion to approve the revisions to the strategic plan as presented.
All right, is there a motion to do so?
This is Helena, so moved.
The motion by Wallen-Miller.
This is Pam, I second.
Second by Ms. Thompson. All in favor. Ms. Caldwell, how do you vote?
Aye.
Dr. Brown?
Aye.
Mr. Dennison?
Aye.
Ms. Thompson?
Aye.
Ms. Wallen-Miller?
Aye.
And Mr. Weaver?
Aye.
And I will also vote aye. Motion carries 7-0. Thank you. All right, Dr. Grimacy.
Madam Chair, at this time, I'll defer to board member Dr. Wells Brown, who serves as chair of the school board's policy committee, and her loyal, I don't know if you say, her loyal assistant, Dr. Anita Alpenfels, who serves in her capacity. Ladies, take it away and let me know how I can assist.
Dr. Appenfels, are you on?
I am. I was trying to do something else and closed it out. I apologize.
That's okay. As we move forward, before we start discussion, do we have Dr. Powers, or are you going to do any highlighting of the information, Dr. Appenfels?
If you're talking about the Code of Student Conduct,
yes,
both Drs. Locklear and Powers are available to talk about those significant changes to that.
The reason I'm bringing this forward is because that's the one major change or update that we have done is revise the Student Code of Conduct. I sent them information out to ask for questions or concerns from board members last week, and didn't really have any areas that they wanted to bring forth in particular. Do I have any questions at this time?
Well, Dr. Brown, if you will, in response to your email last week, I went ahead and alerted Dr. Powers and Dr. Locklear and Dr. Metcalf. So gentlemen, which one of you all can provide the board, serve as the board's to
give us highlights.
Absolutely. This is Dr. Powers. I'll be glad to do that and share some information related to how the revision came about. So, we actually put a code of conduct review team together over the course of last year, and that team really worked since January on this revision. Obviously, it was a lot of work, a number of versions of that. That team was made up of 2 of our high school principals, 2 middle school principals, 2 elementary school principals, also included assistant principals as well as a teacher. And the reason for taking a fresh look at our code of conduct, it had not been significantly revised in many years. And our goal was to create an updated, more specific and detailed code that better aligns with the goals of the district in terms of utilizing behavioral interventions and thus reducing exclusionary discipline consequences such as OSS and ISS, but then while still paying close attention to make sure that we maintain appropriate discretion for our high school, well, not just our high school, but for our school administrators to handle matters of discipline. So that's where we started. The new code was based on 4 guiding principles, and those were safety and orderliness, climate and prevention, expectations and consequences, and equity and continuous improvement. And the current code of conduct has 25 student rules. The new suggested code of conduct has 38 rules, and this also does include a revised student dress code. But the rules in the new suggested code of conduct are divided into 5 levels, and those levels are based on the seriousness of the infractions. So just to kind of give you an idea of what those levels are, level 1 rule violations would be those that are considered least serious and would generally not result in any kind of exclusionary discipline such as ISS or OSS. Those types of rule violations would be things like inappropriate language, respect, academic integrity, or dress code violations. Level 2 rule violations are more serious. Those may be such things as threats, bullying and harassment, theft, or fighting. And those types of infractions may generally involve a short-term suspension of possibly 5 days or less, but it could be up to 10 days depending on aggravating circumstances that might apply. Level 3 rule violations would be even more serious and would be for things such as assault, threats of mass violence, or drug possession, just to name a few. And these are things that could be grounds for a long-term suspension of more than 10 days, possibly, again, depending on circumstances. And then you get into level 4, which is really only one rule covered under level 4, and that is for possession of a firearm on a campus. And that's governed by state law that requires the recommendation of a 365-day suspension, and that could only be modified by the superintendent or the board. And then finally, level 5 is just a provision that allows for permanent expulsion if that were to be warranted based on violation of any of the rules in the code of conduct. So that's a basic overview of the changes. You know, some of our rules were combined, some rules were added, but overall, I think the team came up with a great document that is much improved over what we've had in the past.
And the committee posed some questions and some better explanations, and those seem to have been addressed. And I appreciate that, Dr. Powers.
Yes, ma'am, you're welcome.
Dr. Powers, this is Helena. Were students involved in reviewing this or providing input?
Thank you for asking that question. We have a superintendent student advisory council that meets quarterly every year. And the charge to this year's group was to really take a close look at our code of conduct and for them to provide us with their recommendations. We were able to do that over the course of 3 meetings before COVID took place. We did meet virtually that last time as well, but students provided great feedback, and what they shared was absolutely incorporated into what the committee's final recommendations were. So very appreciative of the students' perspectives and feedback.
Dr. Powers, how is the updated code of conduct shared with students and parents?
So it will be a part of our, the code of conduct every year is a part of our parent-student handbook. Last year, that became an online document. So as we update that parent-student handbook for the upcoming 2020-21 school year, the new code of conduct will be a part of that, and it will be available online. And we'll also make sure that we do communicate with parents so that they are aware that there have been changes made so that they can be sure to search that out and look at that.
I just wanted to point out, Dr. Powers, this is Helena, that the dress code is something that I really applaud the work that your administrators and the students looked at. You know, this is something that I've been hearing from students and parents for a while now, the hope for more a gender neutral dress code. And I see that in here. And I'm just grateful that we're able to come to a point where we can adjust this dress code.
Absolutely, and trust me, we heard that from our student advisory council representatives, and they had a lot of fun talking about that, and that's exactly what we heard as well from them.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm glad we were able to address it.
Another question, Dr. Powers. As this code of conduct is implemented, have we examined how some of these things would be used in our virtual school? Are there areas that we would need to address because students will be in a very, very different situation if they choose to do 100% virtual school?
Dr. Powers, this is Neil Ramey. I can address that question if you'd like. The Code of Conduct has language in it that indicates the Code of Conduct does apply in cyberspace. The important caveat, this is in state statute, is that the Code of Conduct only applies to off-campus student conduct if the misconduct has or is reasonably expected to have a direct and immediate impact on safety and order in the school. So that's the legal standard that's reflected in your policy. So it would apply to, the Code of Conduct does apply to online activities, so long as that standard is met.
Thank you.
And I'll just add, Chair Carter, if I may, this is Dr. Locklear, that we also will be working to, as we prepare our students for whatever our reopening will be, and as we prepare our students and parents to take advantage of our virtual remote only option, which we'll discuss later in the board meeting, that we'll be helping to prep them and orient them to the expectations of remote virtual learning. So that will be part of what we do and with any classroom is prep them, model for them what it looks like, and help teach them how they should be utilizing these expectations.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Locklear. Are there additional questions or discussion?
I know one final question, Dr. Powers. I know that you had a number of administrators, both principals and assistant principals and staff on the committee. What is their expectation in terms of this code of conduct being, I'm not sure what the right term is, but easier to manage or implement, or consistency? You know, will they have more consistency with this particular code, in your opinion and in their thoughts?
Yes, ma'am, and that's one thing that everyone on the committee was I think pleased with the final product. They felt like it was it was fair, and that it still provides them with the necessary discretion that they need to make decisions at times, but then also builds in, and states explicitly, the fact that, when considering, harsher consequences such as exclusionary discipline, we need to consider, aggravating factors that may cause the infraction to be, worse, and thinking about those things. So I think everyone felt good about the fact that there was, that this new code of conduct is also kind of brings in maybe a new element of equity with it, which is a good thing.
Thank you. Now, other questions or comments? All right, Dr. Brown, I will come back to you. We are going to waive the first reading. Neil, does that require a motion?
I have to do a motion on that, Ms. Carter.
All right,
And
Dr.
so,
Brown?
because we usually do a two-part with policies, and they need to be implemented sooner than later, I move that the Moore County Board of Education waive policy as provided in policy 1510 in order to adopt the policies provided in today's agenda on the first reading. And we need a vote on that, Ms. Carter.
All right, is there a second?
Damn.
All right, the motion by Dr. Brown and the second by Ms. Thompson. And as we move on to vote, let me add for our audience that your board members have all had ample time to deal with and read these policies in advance. We are not seeing them for a first time today. and many of us have asked questions about them already and had those questions answered. So we are not going into this with a very quick read and putting it on. We have taken the time to actually look these over and adjust as needed.
And have information inserted that needed to be with legal counsel's advice.
Okay, so the motion is to waive our first reading. Dr. Brown, how do you vote?
Aye.
Ms. Caldwell?
Aye.
Mr. Dennison?
Aye.
Ms. Thompson?
Aye.
Ms. Wallen Miller?
Aye.
Mr. Weaver? He may have logged off again. Mr. Weaver?
There's a storm going down his way, so it may have hit there.
Okay. I will also vote aye. So the motion to waive the first reading passes 6-0. At this time, Dr. Brown, do you have an additional motion?
Yes, I move that the Moore County Board of Education adopt the policies as presented on the first reading.
This is Ed. I second.
A motion by Dr. Brown, second by Mr. Dennison. Dr. Brown, how do you vote?
Aye.
Ms. Caldwell?
Aye.
Mr. Dennison?
Aye.
Ms. Thompson?
Aye.
Ms. Wallen Miller?
Aye.
And with Mr. Weaver back? Seeing that he is not, I will also vote aye. The motion carries 6-0. Thank you very much to Dr. Appenfels and Dr. Powers and Dr. Locklear and Dr. Brown for all the effort that has gone into this, but also a big thank you to our students and the administrators and other folks who've had input in creating our new or upgrading our code of conduct and putting it out there for us. So thank you very much.
And to Ms. Wallen Miller and to Ms. Caldwell as part of the committee, who also gave extensive research on this and some solid input that was offered and taken. So I appreciate all their hard work too.
Well, and since both Mrs. Wallen Miller and Mrs. Caldwell have students within our county schools, I'm sure they paid close attention to the code of conduct and how it might affect their own students.
Yes.
So thank you very much for your time put into that. All right, we can now move on to our next item. Dr. Grimacy.
Madam Chair, I am actually going to defer back to you and our legal counsel on this topic. I appreciate the opportunity to be participant in this, but you have engaged in the direct communication with the Moore Montessori Community School. Our legal counsel has been in touch with their legal counsel, and so I'm available to assist, but I'll now defer to you if you want to introduce.
Thank you, Dr. As you see, we have an extensive executive summary which goes back and reviews the steps that have already been taken as we have declared the Southern Pines Elementary School site as surplus property. Mr. Ramey has put together for us the steps that have already been made. It came to our attention, thanks to some things that were published in the local newspaper, that the Montessori board was actually interested in paying the appraised value of the site, and they have confirmed this by mail that they are interested in so doing. So, Mr. Ramey, I might refer back or defer back to you to walk us through what kind of process we might enter if we so choose.
Certainly.
What direction we would now need to use to discuss this.
Certainly. Thank you, Madam Chair. And just to emphasize, board members, I'm sure have read the executive summary for this item. This is a very limited item before the board. The board is not being asked to commit to deviation from its prior resolution regarding the disposal of this particular site. The only action item on the agenda is really to authorize the superintendent and staff and legal counsel to take further steps to bring this matter back for further consideration at a future board meeting. So in other words, the question before the board is the board willing to entertain a possible revision to its prior resolution that would allow for a private sale of the site to Moore Montessori? The board's not being asked to authorize that sale because we would need to have further discussions. The superintendent would come back with specific recommendations in consultation with me, and likely there would be further closed session discussion as well. So again, The only question before the board today is now that the Moore Montessori has confirmed that it informally that it's willing to pay the $1,080,000 appraised value for the site. The question is the board willing to consider an amendment to its resolution at a future meeting, to be discussed at a future meeting, in order to let that happen? So again, we didn't want to bring this to the board with a presumption of how the board might feel about that. It would be perfectly lawful for the board to say, no, we'll just end the matter here. If that's the case, I would request for clarity that there be a motion made to respectfully decline the Moore Montessori's offer to pay the $1.08 million. That way we can reach closure on the matter. But if there is willingness to entertain the possibility to give further consideration to it, no actions required, because again, we're not asking the board to make a decision or a commitment. It could simply be put on the agenda for the next meeting, and Dr. Grimacy and I would discuss further what recommendations he would bring forward. So that's all I have on this item, but if there are any questions, I'll take them at this time.
All right, so questions or discussions, Mr. Ramey might be able to answer questions for us. Do any of you feel that we need to review what the original resolution said, which is mentioned here? Mr. Ramey, do we need to review that?
Briefly, as you all recall, the prior resolution, the board decided to sell the site to the general public by means of upset bid. So that would be an open, competitive process that anyone could participate in, including Moore Montessori, but also other interested buyers. The Montessori school has instead requested that the board sell the property. There's a statute that would authorize that. We're not asking the board to weigh in on that decision, but that would all be for further discussion at a future meeting. But the question before the board is just simply whether you're willing to entertain that, whether the superintendent and I should give further thought to specific conditions and recommendations to bring back to the board at the next meeting.
All right, Ms. Caldwell, did you have a question?
No, he just answered it. Thank you.
Mr. Ramey, would you please explain again how the upset bid process works?
Absolutely, and I don't have the statute in front of me, so I can't recall the specific details, but essentially upset bid is a competitive process, a bid process, where you start with one bid that can be solicited directly from any particular buyer. It can be, you can start the process essentially in any way. So you start with one bid, and then that bid is posted in the newspaper or otherwise publicly noticed. And then anyone else in the world has 10 days to submit a bid that's sufficiently higher than the previous bid. And there's certain thresholds. At some point, it has to be 10% higher, another 0.5% higher. I don't recall the details of that. But it's 10-day notice period each time there's a higher offer. And once there comes a time when there is no upset bid submitted within the 10-day period, that process is complete. That final bid then comes to the board. The board's not required to accept it. It's not like construction bidding where you have to accept the lowest bid. You don't have to accept the highest bid. But the final bid in the upset process would be brought to the board for approval. And if the board approves it, that would be how you would sell the property. And that's a statutory process.
Okay, and that is the situation we are currently in, that when the property is available to be marketed, then it would go to an upset bid process.
That's correct.
That's by prior board approval. So to go into an agreement with Moore Montessori Charter, we would need to go back and discuss that resolution to be able to change our thinking if needed, and to then address them in a private or closed sale.
That's exactly right. Currently, the board's resolution would not permit what Moore Montessori has asked. So the question before the board today is, are you willing to go back and take another look at that resolution and consider a change to it? And if so, Dr. Grimacy and I would come back with further thoughts on that question.
Madam Chair, this is Ed. I move that the board consider an amendment to its February the 10th resolution regarding the methods for disposal of the Pinehurst Elementary School site at a future meeting.
And Mr. Dennison, just to be clear.
We don't necessarily need a motion at this point.
Correct.
All we need to know is if we want to proceed to do so. So without a second, if no one is going to second anyone, then that motion would fail because I think we maybe need to have a little more discussion before we actually move to that.
It wouldn't be terrible to have a motion approved. I just don't think it's necessary. I think the executive summary lays it out. All we need if the board wishes to say we are not even willing to consider the possibility of it, then let's have so that we can reach closure. Otherwise, we can just make it part of the normal agenda process, and the chair and superintendent can put this item on the agenda for the next meeting if the board, is not of a mind to put a stop to any further consideration of this option at this time.
Okay.
This is Ed. I withdraw my motion, and I would like for this to happen in a future meeting.
Okay. I see lots of green lights. I think we've got lots of comments coming. Ms. Caldwell, did you have a comment or a question?
Yeah, I was just going to say this is not necessarily taking away the upset bid, correct? This is just letting us negotiate or see what we can change if we wanted to go into private negotiations with Montessori.
Right. If the board is willing to entertain, again, that's all it's being asked, to entertain a change, then how the resolution would be changed and what the conditions would be for a private non-competitive sale remain to be determined. So we would have further discussion about that. Dr. certainly have thoughts and recommendations, and I would offer counsel to Dr. Dempsey on the board before that time. So it's not a question of how, it's just a question of is it even possible to have that discussion?
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Thompson, did you have a question?
I just have a comment, and I agree with Ed just to bring this back and have further discussion at another time.
Thank you. Dr. Brown.
I agree with Ms. Thompson and Mr. Dennison. I too would like to bring this up for further discussion at a later time.
And did we get Mr. Weaver back on board?
Madam Chair, Mr. Weaver is listening in. He's had some power problems at his home, and he's listening in. He's just not able to engage.
Okay, thank you. All right, well, I'm gathering from the general opinion expressed here by members of the board that we would want to place this item on the agenda for an upcoming meeting. Mr. Ramey, is that all you would need is my affirmation that we would like to give this further consideration?
Yes, actually, Madam Chair, that can just be part of the normal agenda process. This was an opportunity for the board to put up the stop sign. I just didn't want Dr. Grimacy to spend time or for me to spend time reviewing the hows and the nuts and bolts of this, unless the board seemed to at least consider it. Absent a motion to put a stop to it, I think we've got all we need, and this can just be part of the agenda process for you and Dr. Grimacy for the next meeting.
All right, thank you. Thank you. Dr. Grimacy, we can place this one on the agenda then?
That's adequate guidance, Madam Chair. I look forward to working with you and Ms. Thompson and legal counsel to create that opportunity for the board at its August meeting or as soon thereafter as possible.
All right, thank you very much. All right, we will move on. Dr. Grimacy.
Thank you, Madam Chair. At this time, I'm going to introduce Mr. Barath, who will manage items F, G, H, I, and J. Mr. Barath.
Thank you, Dr. Grimacy. Good afternoon, board members. A lot of this will be just routine for you. You've gone through a similar process, whether last year or just recently in the past months on the new construction projects. So the first one we're going to start with is the child nutrition bid for beverages. Each year we are required to go out and solicit the bids for beverages to be served at our schools. We are part of the North Carolina Procurement Alliance. I want to remind the board this is an organization of just over 100 school districts in the state. So the 115 school districts, an overwhelming majority, participate in this, and that leverages the purchasing power of the school systems when they're looking to award contracts instead of each individual school district trying to do their own. So it's been a great success to us over the years, and I just in the past may have not mentioned that enough, so I just want to make the board aware of this wonderful opportunity that we participate in across the state with our colleagues. So in front of you, you have the results of the award for beverages. You will see that Cisco has a majority of them, with Coca-Cola having one of the items in there. These prices have been reviewed by our child nutrition department, and they have projected they are reasonable within the operating budget for them projected for the next year, including any impact from COVID-19. So it comes with the recommendation of staff, the superintendent, and I'm here to answer any questions you may have.
Mr. Graff, this is Helena. Just a reminder, these funds are only expended if they are used. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. Other questions? Dr. Grossy, your recommendation?
Madam Chair, the superintendent's recommendation is that the board would consider a motion to adopt the recommendation regarding the award of bid for beverages to Cisco and Coca-Cola as identified.
This is Ed, so move.
Motion by Mr. Dennison. Is there a second?
Dr. Brown, so moved.
All right, second by Dr. Brown. We'll now vote. Dr. Brown, how do you vote?
Aye.
Ms. Caldwell, I think, has stepped away from the computer.
I'm here.
She's here.
Ms. Caldwell, we are ready for your vote on the child nutrition bid.
Aye.
Mr. Dennison.
Aye.
Ms. Thompson.
Aye.
Ms. Wallen-Miller.
Aye.
And we still do not have Mr. Weaver back. I will also vote aye. The motion carries 6-0. All right, let us move on, Mr. Graff.
Very well. The next item is the bid results for the Southern Pines Elementary agreement for the classroom interactive displays. Sorry about the phone there. As we did with the Aberdeen project, these are the interactive displays used in each and every instructional space between the teacher and the students at these schools. Again, the district took this opportunity through the new schools to create a standardization to be built upon for all schools across the district moving forward. So the sealed bid process was conducted. It was issued for a request for proposals to 82 different vendors. 2 of them responded with the bids. And based on the cost review by Kent Eklund and his department, Next Wave Tech was selected to provide the interactive classroom displays for Southern Pines. They did the same work for Aberdeen Elementary, you may recall, and did a wonderful job just wrapping up that installation here this week. So we have high confidence in them and their ability to get the work done and in a timely manner. The total for the project is $270,171.13. And also this is funded from the county through the school construction bond, and it does fit within the approved budget that has been presented. And so, as well as one quick recommendation of staff to the superintendent. And I'm here to respond to any questions you may have.
What kind of warranty do we have on these display areas?
Every display comes with a 1-year standard, and I would have to defer to Ken Eklund for anything more specific past that regarding these displays.
We ensure that they all have a 5-year warranty included on
That's
all
what I want to
hardware.
hear. Thank you. That's standard procedure. So I just wanted to make sure. I'd read some in the contract, and I thought I'd read that, but I wasn't sure. Thank you.
Other questions, comments? All right, this is something we need in our classrooms, so keep going. Dr. Grimacy?
Madam Chair, the superintendent recommends that the board consider a motion to approve the award of a bid to Next Wave Tech in the amount of $270,171.13 for the installation of interactive classroom displays at the new Southern Pines Elementary School.
I have Chair Carter, I'm sorry, I have one other question about the 2% increase. What went into that?
Yes, there was a 2% increase between the bids, and we found that to be acceptable and reasonable considering the cost of a lot of items have gradually been increasing as a direct result of the current pandemic. So we were not concerned with that increase. And if you recall, between the projects on the original budgets, we had estimated an escalation cost between each project's construction, so that fits within it.
So it was factored within the budget. Thank you.
This is Ed. I move the recommendations to be approved.
Okay, motion is made by Mr. Dennison. Is there a second?
This is Stacy. I second.
A second by Ms. Caldwell. All right, we will now vote. Ms. Caldwell, how do you vote?
Aye.
Mr. Dennison?
Aye.
Dr. Brown?
Aye.
Ms. Thompson?
Aye.
Ms. Wallen-Miller?
Aye.
And I still know Mr. Weaver, but we know he's thinking about us. I will also vote aye. The motion carries 6-0. All All right, let's move on.
Thank you. The next item is the bid results of the award of bid for Southern Pines Elementary paging speakers and installation. Again, this is a process upon which the county technology department has built a standardization upon which to build for all schools. And so based off of that new design, they have submitted a request for proposals to vendors in the industry and have received 3 responses that are noted here. Carolina Digital Phone is the apparent low and responsive bidder for the work to be performed here. They have performed similar work at school systems throughout the state. And at the amount of $85,513.41, it comes with a recommendation of staff to the superintendent. And again, just as with the previous item, this is funded from the county through the school construction bond, and it does fit within the approved project budget. And as Board Member Wallen Miller pointed out previously, including escalations in costs. And Ken Declan and I are available to respond to any questions.
Questions or comments?
Mr. Barath, this is Tam. This is a different vendor than from the one that we used in these new schools.
This is a different vendor than was the award at Aberdeen and at McDeeds Creek, correct?
Okay.
But the system remains the same. So the platform of the system is the same. It's just a different vendor.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? All right, Dr. Grimmons.
Another question for Mr. Dennis.
No, I'll wait for your recommendation.
Yes, Madam Chair, the superintendent recommends that the school board consider a motion to approve the award of bid for the paging speakers and installation to Carolina Digital Phone in the amount of $85,513.41. And I will note that that is specifically for the new Southern Pines Elementary School.
So moved. This is Ed. So moved.
Motion by Mr. Dennison, a second.
This is Helena, second.
A second by Ms. Wallen Miller. We'll now proceed to vote. Dr. Brown?
Aye.
Ms. Caldwell?
Aye.
Mr. Dennison?
Aye.
Ms. Thompson?
Aye.
Ms. Wallen Miller?
Aye.
And I also will vote aye. The motion carries 6-0. All right, Mr. Barath, let's keep rolling.
Thank you, Chair. The next item is the same results of the bid and the award for the Southern Pines video surveillance system. This is again a platform that we're using the new schools as the opportunity to build a standardization on moving forward with all schools and the technology related to video surveillance systems. So in this case, we use the United States Educational Technology Purchasing Alliance to request proposals through. It is a source that has been used with the technology department on many items. And through that process, we received 3 quotes with the apparent low and responsive bidder being NetSource Enterprise Technologies. They have performed similar work around the state and also recently at Aberdeen Elementary School. And so staff recommends that the bid be awarded to NetSource in the amount of $94,934.20. Again, this is paid through the school construction bond. It's within the approved budget for the project. This is slightly higher than Aberdeen Elementary School was, and part of the reasons is the increase of the outdoor space where we have at Southern Pines that outdoor seating area in the courtyard, as well as being the 2-story building, which has additional requirements and stairwells and areas like that. So there were more areas that the cameras needed to be installed. However, it does fit within the budget, including escalation. And Mr. Eklund and I are available for any questions.
Are there questions? Just a comment that I would say that these are very important, and the surveillance cameras go a long way in keeping our campuses safe. So it's good to see these going in. Is Dr. Grimmons, your recommendation?
Yes, Madam Chair, the superintendent recommends that the school board approve the purchase and installation of security cameras for the new Southern Pines Elementary School with NetSource Educational Technologies in the amount of $94,934.20.
This is Ed. So moved.
Motion by Mr. Dennison, second.
Betty Brown, second.
Second by Dr. Brown. We will now proceed to vote. Dr. Brown?
Aye.
Caldwell?
Aye.
Mr. Dennison,
Aye.
Ms. Thompson,
Aye.
Ms. Wallen Miller,
Aye.
and I also will vote aye. The motion carries 6-0. Okay, one more, Ms. Barath.
Thank you, Chair. And the last item at this board action is the bid results awarded bid for Northmore Sewer Lift Station replacement. I want to remind the board that the county had provided to us just over $2.1 million for previously identified capital needs that were most critical at our schools. One of the items that was on there was the sewer lift station replacement at High Falls Elementary School. Further down on the list was the Northmore project. However, recently the Northmore project began a series of failures that would put the system completely down. And considering that it receives the effluent from High Falls, we have deemed that the Northmore project became a higher critical need at this time than the High Falls project. We worked with County Manager Wayne Vest and his staff to make this change. The budget remained the same regardless which lift station we were replacing. And so that being said, we put together a bid package with a local consulting engineering company here and had issued a request to 4 contractors who would perform this work with 2 responses. ELJ and Charles R. Underwood, both who have done work here at Moore County Schools over the years, and the apparent low and responsive bidder is ELJ Incorporated. They have performed this work for the sewer requirement and lift station at McDeeds Creek Elementary School, as well as at Aberdeen for the new sewer that was installed out there. And so as a recommendation that they be awarded the work in the amount of $239,000, which includes the alternates identified in the project, and the cost does fit within the $2.136 million county allotment for the funds. And I'm here to respond to any questions you may have.
This is Betty Brown. When will High Falls be considered for their lift station?
That becomes the next priority project at the end of the projects that have been identified that we complete. To date, based off of the projects that the board has awarded, that $2.136 million, and including some of the small project work out of that was identified, including this project, we are still sitting to the positive $189,000. So should we be in a similar situation at the completion of this, we would request from the county to continue those funds to meet the need at High Falls.
Okay, thank you.
So 189 would cover the High Falls station if needed.
Yes.
Thank you. Other
Is
questions?
there any benefit for doing both at the same time, given that they're the same type of work?
There does not appear to be. When we spoke about this with the engineers, they didn't feel that. The only difference would be a timeline. You save cost on escalation of any materials and labor.
Right, Dr. Grimsey, your recommendation?
Madam Chair, the superintendent recommends that the school board approve the award of bid for the replacement of the Northmore High School sewer lift station to ELJ Incorporated in the amount of $239,000.
This is Ed. So move.
Thank you, Mr. Dennison. A second.
This is Pam, second.
Thank you, Ms. Thompson. Motion by Mr. Dennison, second by Ms. Thompson. We proceed to vote. Dr. Brown?
Aye.
Ms. Caldwell?
Aye.
Mr. Dennison?
Aye.
Ms. Thompson?
Aye.
Ms. Wallen Miller?
Aye.
And I will also vote aye. The motion carries 6-0. That takes us to the end of our board action. So before we head into some long reports, information, and discussion, I suggest we take a 10-minute break, which would put us back online at about 3 o'clock. Everyone good?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I do want to thank whoever's canine it was that validated their vote. Okay.
Sorry about that.
We look forward to having everybody back by 3 o'clock. And Madam Chair, we'll see if we can get Mr. Weaver back on during the interim.
Okay, we are live again.
All right, I think we are, I believe, all back. And at this point, we are ready for some reports and information. So Dr. Grimacy.
Madam Chair, as you know, the further development and refinement of our budget for fiscal year 2020-2021 is still very much in progress. We now have the final determination by our own county commissioners. The General Assembly short session is beginning to wrap up. We also have additional clarity from the State Board of Education regarding the allotment of funds from HB 1043, the funding that the General Assembly had received from the federal government, the CARES Act funding that the General Assembly received for the purpose of allocating to the schools. And then, as I indicated earlier in the meeting, the more discretionary CARES Act direct money that the federal government sent directly to us, all of which Mr. Cox will detail. As I indicated earlier, we're trying to hold off on allocation of that most discretionary money until the very end, until we identify everywhere where we receive funds that are that have direct expectations associated with them, otherwise known as strings. We want to make sure we get all that resolved. And our focus here is preparing for your final approval of the original budget in September. So we've got July and August to get this sorted out as much as we can. And so with that, I believe I've bought enough time for Mr. Cox to be all set up here. It looks like he's got his PowerPoint. Andrew, I'm going to turn it over to you for this important update.
Thank you, Dr. Grimacy, Madam Chair, other members of the board. It's my pleasure to present a budget update for the Moore County Schools FY 2021 budget. Some of the information you're going to see, you've already seen before. Just want to recap some of it and provide new information as Dr. Grimacy shared with you. So here's just a recap of our funding for 2021. Last month when I presented, it was a proposal from the county, and since then the county has approved their budget, total allocation of $31,850,000 to us, which is a reduction of $739,133. And as you recall, that $739,133 was one-time funding to open the McDeech Creek Elementary School, with the condition that we get savings from opening Aberdeen Elementary and Southern Pines Elementary, the two new schools, would offset that money. And as you are aware, we did go back to the county once we found out there was a delay in opening of Southern Pines Elementary and request that we be allowed to keep some of that one-time money. And ultimately, they did not approve that. We're set at $31,850,000, which of that includes $750,000 for digital learning and $750,000 for capital outlay. So you've seen this slide before. Again, this is another revised fixed cost slide. As Dr. Grimacy mentioned, there has been some legislation that has been approved and signed into law by the governor since we last met. And I'll get to that on the third point there. We're remaining at needing 4 teachers to meet our K-3 class size requirement mandate from the state at a cost of $280,000. Based on the county's funding, our charter school increase at our estimated increased enrollment to the charter schools will be an additional $275,000 cost. And here, this line item is what has changed. The governor signed into law Senate Bill 818, which provided salary step increases for certified staff, which are state paid employees. By virtue of that, we are obligated to pay our locally paid certified staff step increase as well. House Bill 1136 revised our retirement rate. It was initially set to be 21.44. It increased to 21.68 for the retirement rate that the contribution that Moore County Schools has to pay for each employee Again, if they're a state-funded employee, the state will provide that additional cost. If they're a locally paid employee, the district has to pick up the additional cost of retirement, And that's almost a 2% increase in retirement rate from last year to this year. And you see here, we've got Senate Bill 818 and House Bill 1218 revise the hospitalization rate. Senate Bill 818 allowed it to go to 6,647, House Bill 1218 allowed it to go to $6,647 per employee. However, a stipulation in that legislation said that if House Bill 1218 became law, it will revert back to Senate Bill 818's rate, which was $6,326. So our hospitalization rate that we have to pay for each employee is $6,026 this year. Again, state paid employees receive the funding from the state and their state allotments, where locally paid employees, we have to pay that as a local expense. So that increased our fixed cost by $290,000. So now that fixed cost for the salary step increases for locally paid employees is additional $490,000, or a total of $490,000. It's additional $290,000 from what I had presented last month.
So, Mr. Cox, just so I'm clear, this was an increase in the benefit and the retirement and the hospitalization rate that we had not anticipated. Is that right?
We did anticipate some, and then at first, in the original budget proposal, we anticipated an increase. When COVID-19 hit after the initial presentation, we did not expect, based on guidance from DPI, to be any increases. Since that time, there was a change. So yes, it was. You could essentially say it was not anticipated based on an intermediate guidance.
And this includes, so this is not raises for teachers per se, it's just the approval of their step, ability to move up a step based on their longevity, is that right?
Yes, ma'am, that is correct. The salary schedule did not change. So if a teacher had 10 years of experience this year and worked at least 6 months, then they would move up to step 11 for 11 years of experience on the salary schedule this year.
And does this include the bonus that the state has authorized, the $350 per teacher?
No, ma'am, it does not. As part of Senate Bill 818, thank you for asking that. There was a item in there that provides a $350 bonus to every teacher. So being that it said every teacher instead of state paid teacher, our hopes are that the $350 will be covered by the state because it is repurposing money that was paid to teacher bonuses last year. Since we don't have those growth scores this year, they're using that money for this bonus. So our hope is that the state will cover every teacher as the legislation says. However, if the state does not cover that, then it will be an additional added cost for our locally paid teachers for that $350 bonus.
And Mr. Cox, nowhere on there or through the state did our classified employees get any kind of bonus or any kind of step increase or supplement of any sort. So our classified staff have been left alone.
Correct. At this point, classified staff have been left alone. However, there is one item in Senate Bill 818, which encourages the governor to use his COVID money to provide a $600 bonus to certified staff and include classified staff in that bonus, with the exception of central office staff. Central office staff are completely excluded from any type of increase in the current legislation. And again, that's an encouragement to the governor to use his COVID-19 monies to provide that $600 bonus. And guidance, or not guidance, information that's come out from the governor's office says he is not authorized to use his money for that purpose. So it remains to be seen if classified staff will receive anything in the current fiscal year.
And Mr. Cox, this is Pam. I had the same question as our Madam Chair did. Is there any indication as to time frame for that decision to be made for use of that money for classified staff?
We have not heard any guidance or any information from the governor's office or DPI related to a time frame of how he plans to use his COVID relief money.
Okay, thank you.
Yes,
Mr.
ma'am.
Cox.
Yes, sir.
This is John Weaver. Referring back to Ms. Wallenmiller's question regarding bonuses. If the state determines that salaries or employees at the local level are not covered, then do we have any idea how much that would mean to our budget?
I have not done a costing on the $350 certified staff. I can do that and get back to you on that estimated cost.
That'll be fine. Thank you.
Yeah, I think we're ready to proceed.
All right. So the next line item there, you see local supplement increase for certified staff. What that is, since the salary schedule did not change, there's no need to consider a recalibration of the supplement rate for certified staff, so that's zero cost. And the one teacher for orchestra at Northmore, you've seen that before. It's additional cost of $70,000. As I presented in for my first item, the link cost, it was originally presented at $50,000. We revised that down to a $40,000 increase at our presentation last month, and we're just under that with what actually came in for the cost for renewing link. And that $50,000 was based on a mandate of renewing 1 year. And since the board agreed to a 4-year extension, they lowered the cost, which saves us that money on a year-to-year basis. So total revised fixed costs, again, I emphasize fixed costs, which are something that either mandated in legislation, a unfunded mandate from the state, or a mandate from the board, is a cost of $1.155 million fixed costs.
And one final question, I'm sorry, for the 4 teachers for the K-3 class size mandate, will that have, will the implication of how we open A, B, or C have any implication on the number of those teachers?
In my opinion, it will not, because you're still going to have each section of students. They're still going to be in Power School as a class. So regardless of what day they may be on campus, the teacher's still going to be responsible for those kids. So I do not anticipate it having an impact or changing the way the class size mandate, class size reduction mandate impact us. I don't see any impact there.
Thank you.
Just to clarify, Mr. Cox, from this moment on, we have to go back and look at things that have been done within our MCS system and figure out a way to reapportion $1,155,000 simply to meet the fixed costs that have been laid upon us.
Not necessarily at this point. I'm going to give you a couple of options. If there was no additional funding, which we have some COVID funding, which I'll elaborate on in just a minute, then yes, the answer would be yes. We would have to go back, look at what we've done, cut programs, cut services, cut staff to meet that $1.155 million fixed cost increase. However, I'm going to give a couple options for discussion by the board as we go forward over the next couple months before we bring back a final budget resolution for board approval.
And since board members have already looked through the PowerPoint, some of you're getting into some summary discussion here now that might benefit the public if we allow Mr. Cox to get all the information out on the table, and then we can kind of step back and have some summary conversation. So specific questions I think are beneficial, but if you've got summary statements and questions, I would encourage you to wait till he gets it all out on the table for public review. Mr. Cox.
All right. Thank you, sir. So here is just a clean version of the revised needs. You see the $1.155 million. The board had high priority and approved in their preliminary budget to implement a classified salary scale of $850,000 and restore teachers targeted at grades 4 through 5 class size reduction of $560,000. So I just wanted to show those as the highest priority need and highest priority recommendation of the board, which is additional $1.41 million. So we've got $2.5 million of need considered by the board at this point. So our updated bottom line, if we take away the priority need, again, we have fixed cost of $1.155 million. I have here, just as a reminder, the remaining consolidation cost. This is the $320,000 that we will not realize savings on because of the delayed implementation of Southern Pines Elementary School, where we requested the county allow us to keep a portion of that $739,000 one-time funding, which they did not. So this is $320,000 to keep both Southern Pines Elementary and Southern Pines Primary Schools open through the first semester. And then we'll have the merged schools opening of the new Southern Pines Elementary in January. So total budget shortfall. So essentially our fixed costs, when you consider the consolidation costs, are $1.475 million. And yet, go ahead with the question.
Mr. Cox, this is John Weaver. On the remaining consolidated costs, does that represent the whole year or half a year?
No, it's essentially half a year. We do have a plan in place for employees. Obviously, we're not going to cut any employee mid-year. So we do have to carry those all year, but there's a transition plan in place. So, for example, if there's a custodian that will not be needed at the new school, this is just an example. If there's a custodian not needed at the new school, we'll have to carry them until a custodial position opens at another school within the district, and the plan would be to transition that custodian to that opening instead of displacing them mid-year.
Mr. Cox, if I might.
Yes, sir.
I'd like to just test what you just said with Dr. Locklear or Mr. Barath to make sure that we're on the same page with that. Gentlemen, is the $320,000 based on your development of those numbers a couple of years ago, is that full year expense or is that half a year expense? Tim or John?
This is John. I'm trying to pull up the data sheet for confirmation right now. If you don't mind, give me a moment and I'll come back to that just to confirm.
Dr. Gramsci, did you repeat the question just in case I had to step out of my office?
Okay, $320,000 was the estimated savings of the consolidation of the Southern Pines schools. Is that a full year savings or is that a half year savings? I believe it was a full year. Because if the total savings for the consolidation of the Aberdeen plus the Southern Pines schools was about $739,000, 320 looks like 50%, and the consolidation of Southern Pines schools was in fact 50%.
And Dr. Graham, that's what I said. I believe you're right, but I want to pull up our data sheet just to confirm it before I make a definitive statement.
Mr. Weaver, if you don't mind, I'd like us to come back to that question before we, at the end of the presentation, give Tim and John time. Andrew's right now in the middle of the presentation, so we're not going to make him go do research on this, but we're going to validate that. I'm going to just let Andrew roll on, and before we move on, Madam Chair, I'd like to get Mr. Brath or Dr. Locklear to clarify. Andrew, doing a great job. Keep it up.
Thank you.
All right. Oh, all right. So as I said, some options that we have instead of looking at our services, staff, and programs that we have, instead of just cutting them at this point. One alternative, or several alternatives, but I say some potential alternatives for one-time revenue sources is, as we've heard, the CARES Act direct funding, which we anticipate being $1.8 million after the private schools get their share. Which essentially we're given $2 million We've had conversations with the private schools. We know at least $100,000 will be going to the private school. There's $100,000 that may, depending on their participation, which we'll have a final answer shortly. So we're anticipating no less than $1.8 million available in the CARES Act direct funding. As Dr. Grimacy mentioned, we want to strategically allocate that $1.8 million only after all other funding sources have been used, because it does have the most flexibility. We don't want to use that as the first. We want to see what we're not able to fund with other sources of revenue, and use that as a last resort to be able to meet our fixed cost or any other needs or budget shortfalls that we may have. Some other funding sources that we get, which are one-time through House Bill 1043, which is approved by the State General Assembly. School nutrition money, there you see, is not to replace lost revenue. It is only to cover losses by the school nutrition program. It previously expired on 6/30. I can't remember I think it was House Bill 1023 and Senate Bill 113 both had a provision in there to extend it to 12/30 of this year, like all the other COVID funds, which they did that. We got $515,000 as of June 30th. The program had a loss during the COVID time of about $260,000. So we have spent $260,000 of that $515,000 allocated to us at this point. The next item you see there is for summer learning, summer jumpstart, which expires 12/30. Again, $493,000 there. I know Dr. Locklear and his team have plans to utilize that through summer programs, different remediation during the fall semester, as well as providing some devices to those students who need them as part of summer learning. And we plan to spend all that money on that program. Contracted mental health. The policy was approved by the State Board of Education, but we have not seen any funding levels for this program. So we're not sure what funding level, what funds will be available to us. And again, it expires 12/30 and will be only for contracted mental health positions. So you can't hire a position as an employee, and it only goes to 12/30 as a reminder. Non-digital remote instructional resources. Still no guidance that I have seen on an amount or how we allocate or how we are able to request allocation for that resource. So still have a question mark, and that one is unknown. Digital devices for students. We had originally brought to you $231,000. After DPI went back and did some recalculating, that allocation has dropped down to $213,239, which I know Kent and the IT team plan to utilize that as best possible for devices for students. And if you need more of a specific plan, he can emphasize that for you. The digital devices for staff, that number was $52,000 previously. It's kind of grouped in with that digital devices for students. DPI revised their calculation and are only allocating $41,477 to us for that pot. And again, it expires 12/30. Wi-Fi for buses. This is an application process where we have to apply to the state for Wi-Fi if we want to use any funding to provide access points on buses. I know that's in the hands of the IT team, and I think they're reviewing that at this point. Access points, essentially to like Park and Learn that we did. If we choose to do that, is $86,595. That expires 12/30. Again, these are IT related items that if we need more specifics, Kent or Tim probably can speak more to. The learning management platform is again, it's an application process. It's for Canvas licenses for the district. The district already provides Canvas licenses, I believe, for the schools except elementary. And from what I understand, Canvas is not the most, not the best use for elementary students. So we will not be applying for additional Canvas licenses at this time. The extended school year EC, again, is an application process, which the application is due today, where our EC department can apply for additional EC resources based on certain criteria. That amount was approved after this presentation was put together, and the max amount that we can receive is $122,000.
Subject to elaboration by Dr. Locklear, that would be for extended year services for EC eligible children.
Yes, that is correct. Thank you, Dr. Grimsey. And then the last grant item have received no further guidance around that information. So right now, what we know that has been given to us is additional well, actually, we haven't received the CARES Act direct because that's still up in the air of exactly how much. But if we get $1.8 million after private schools, that's additional $3.1 million. All this is one-time funding. The House Bill 1043 monies all expire on 12/30. They will not get us through the year. And then the CARES Act direct, which is that $1.8 million, we're trying to withhold until we have all the other resources exhausted, and then we'll strategically allocate that $1.5 million. However, it is money that can be used to fill the gap for our fixed cost increases or other costs that we may have that aren't covered elsewhere.
And just to clarify, that's the 1.8.
That is the $1.8 million, that first line item there on the slide. Yes, sir.
Nothing else below that line is available to accommodate any costs related to our fixed cost increases, or indeed for any of our other expenses related to COVID-19 management, such as PPE, masks, some of the other items that we'll be talking about shortly.
That is correct. These items, as I laid out, are specific to the topic that I addressed. So school nutrition, summer learning, contract mental health, and so on. They are specific for those items only. They are not flexible.
I would say they address COVID-19 impacts, whereas the direct money needs to be used for mitigating COVID-19. These are for mitigating the impacts of COVID-19. And in particular, you'll notice the federal funds and the state allocation has money specifically designed to create a stronger infrastructure for the delivery of remote learning on these lines here.
Yes, correct. Especially digital devices, Wi-Fi, and so on.
Mr. Cox, on the two items that the amount was cut, the digital devices for students and then for staff, was this because DPI went back and looked at the tier system and decided we did not need as much money, or what did they base the cut on?
So from what we understand, they had done a survey of districts about need. There were several districts that said they had no need. The IT department did a calculation on the funding, did not include school business services after consultation with the State Board of Education. That was not consistent with how funding typically is allocated. And I believe they redid their formulas based on ADM instead of a survey or survey results. And there was also several districts that did not respond to the survey as well.
Thank you.
Moore County was not among those. We did.
Correct. Correct. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Mr. Cox, this is John Weaver. The specific targeted funding has a date of 12/30 of this year. How about the 1.8 million? Is that have a specific end date, or what's the when do we have to spend that by?
Yeah, so we have that available for the whole year.
For the whole year, which would be through?
It's at least June 30th, and I believe it goes to the end of the federal fiscal year through September 30th, 2021.
And I'll affirm that. I do believe that.
I believe that's what it is, and I don't have it listed
That's
down
fine.
here.
I just wanted to be sure that was for the whole year.
It is for the whole year, at the minimum June 30th, but I believe it's September 30th, 2021 is what the legislation says on that $1.8 million.
Thank you.
And I have another question, Mr. Cox, about that 1.8 million. Are there any requirements about how those funds are spent? I thought I heard, I mean, are there requirements about how it's spent? Not necessarily line items, but in general.
You mean the 1.8 million?
Mm-hmm, correct.
That it's very flexible. There are no stipulations on how we use the $1.8 million. It does, essentially have to be used to mitigate COVID related things.
So that's my question, to mitigate COVID related.
Yeah. So
well, let's not confuse here. It is for both. It would be mitigation of COVID impacts and accommodating COVID impacts. So,
yes.
For example, if our commissioner's stated reason for cutting our budget this year was because of the COVID-19 impact on local revenues, that does afford us the opportunity to use some or much of this money to accommodate our fixed cost increases for a 1-year period of time. We don't want to do that, though, until after we've identified those essential COVID-19 mitigation costs. That will be the first place that we look to allocate these funds after we've exhausted all of the opportunities under HB 1043.
Correct. And yes, I would caution that, as you saw previously, we have $1.5 million of fixed cost increase that we're going to have to meet. And there are going to be additional COVID related items we anticipate, like Dr. Grimsey mentioned, PPE and things like that, that we're going to have that we don't already have. We did procure quite a bit of PPE prior to June 30th, but there's still going to be things that we're going to have to cover in addition to that $1.5 million. So I'd caution that we have this money available for really anything other than that. And we're probably going to need all funding sources that we have to meet those needs going forward for next fiscal year.
That answers my question. Thank you.
All right. So again, what we know and what we don't know, what we do know, we'll receive at least $1.8 million in CARES Act direct funding after our share with the private schools. What we don't know is the cost unknown for DHHS and DPI guidelines that you've heard mentioned and probably have seen. What are those costs going to be to open under those guidelines? What COVID-19 impact will be on our federal funds? Are there going to be federal cuts? Federal fund cuts that we normally get. On the flip side, is there going to be additional federal funding to assist with additional COVID-19 related costs? You hear Congress talking about, additional funding relief bills. We don't know what they're going to be, so we could potentially get some additional federal funding to assist. Those are things we don't know. And one thing I want to point out here, as part of my caution of the previous slide, the Association of School Business Officials International provided a number of $1.7 million costs for opening under COVID-19 restrictions. Those were not specific to DHHS and DPI guidelines, but they're CDC guidelines, I believe. And that was for a 4,000 student district with 8 schools, where we are a 13,000 student district we'll have 23 schools starting opening next year. So we're going to have significant costs to be able to open under the COVID-19 restrictions. How much, we don't know, but we know it's going to be a significant amount. Additional things that we do know and may not know, as I outlined, the House Bill 1043 money, we've received most of the allotment and policies from the State Board of Education. One of the main things that we haven't received guidance on is the mental health allotment. And I think that's the big unknown. And then the one other unknown that we haven't received guidance on that I don't have listed here is the non-digital resources. What's going to be allowed there and how much funding is that going to be and available to the district? And then, as I mentioned previously, is there going to be subsequent state and or federal reductions? The state's going to be in a struggle because they're going to have lower sales tax revenues and not be able to provide the same level of funding that they have in the past. Same thing with the federal government. So what subsequent reductions may we have from those two organizations? And one thing that I want to mention that we haven't really talked about yet is how will the school nutrition program operate? If we go to school on a 25% capacity under one of the plans, again, all these are unknown, but just want to put a thing out there for you to think about. If we operate at 25% capacity, as you may or may not know, our funding is based on participation levels. So if we only have 25% students in the school classroom, our participation levels will be down significantly. So we'll have to feed them. And could we potentially also provide funding remotely similar to what we're doing now through the summer feeding program? Regardless, revenues are going to be down significantly. And as the state school nutrition office emphasized, they typically serve 1 million meals throughout the state on a daily basis. And right now that's down to 300,000 meals per day. So funding streams will be significantly impacted if we open at less than full capacity going forward. So that's going to be a deficit that we're going to have to figure out how to cover. And early estimates, and this is not taking everything in consideration, is potentially $200,000 a month or somewhere around that potentially. So just wanted to put that out there for something else to consider and think about how that school nutrition program will operate going forward and what it's going to look like. And obviously it's going to depend on what plan the governor allows us to open under and for how long we're under that specific plan. But then,
Right.
but again,
let me clarify. That's 200,000 per month statewide.
No, that's 2,000 for us. 200,000 for us.
For us over the course of the year.
Per month, so about 2.5 million estimated loss based on that's at 25% capacity, which hopefully we would not be at 25% capacity for the whole year. Whatever program that the governor allows us to operate under. But if we were, that's estimated about 250,000 per month that we would be losing for the year. I mean,
that's in federal reimbursements.
That's only for the child nutrition program funding reimbursement to operate that program. Yes, sir.
That's correct. In other words, you only get that money if you spend that money.
Only get that money if you spend that money and you have that participation is how that reimbursement comes in.
That is correct.
And Mr. Cox, for the reimbursement piece, the issue becomes we still need to have the staff in place to provide the foods if we're in school. So we might, are you saying that it's possible that we'll run at a deficit if in terms of being able to recoup some of the costs of the revenue from the food sales?
Yes, we potentially run at a deficit. However, I will say, it's not a significant amount. There is the school nutrition House Bill 1043 money that we have through the end of December, but we only have about 250,000 of that left that we could potentially tap into. And the program does have to show a loss for us to be able to tap into that resource. Otherwise, that money would revert back to the federal government.
Now, and you may be covering this later, I understand that there is funding to cover full price meals for those that are on reduced lunch. Is that coming from the state or the feds?
I have not seen that passed. So I cannot speak to that with certainty at this point. I've heard talk of that.
Yeah, that's just been included in some discussions and some proposed legislation, but we've received no guidance that that has made its way through the short session.
Correct, yeah. So again, those are a few things that we know and a few things we don't know. So where do we go from here? Things that the board will need to consider as we try to finalize our budget for the 2020-2021 year. Again, just wanted to show our fixed costs, reemphasize fixed costs. These are things that are mandated and have to happen without cutting unless program services or staff are cut, which is $1.155 million. The remaining consolidation costs of $320,000. And then I just remind the board of their highest priority need of the classified salary scale of $850,000 and restoring teachers targeted at grades 4 through 5, class size reduction of $560,000. So we're at $2.9 million if you include all those costs right there, but 1.5 essentially in fixed costs that will have to be covered and have to be funded in some way without considering additional COVID-19 related costs and opening under COVID related guidelines. So with that said, happy to take any questions. I know we want to revisit that $320,000. So
if I could, Mr. Cox, before we open it up for summary discussion, Dr. Locklear or Mr. Brath, if you'd be able to confirm the $320,000, is that an annual expense or a half-year expense?
That is an expense that is over the year.
Over the year, okay. So Mr. Weber,
it's the remaining consolidation cost for the year.
And to combine what Mr. Cox said with what Mr. Barath has just verified, what is accurate from Mr. Cox's statement was that it is our intention after we consolidate the Southern Pines schools to use attrition and other job opportunities for the employees that would be involved in consolidation to assist with efforts on our part to reduce that cost during the second half of the year. So we have to budget for $320,000, but our hope is that maybe as opportunities are provided for employees, we can find other places for them and save costs. We have to agree to a one-year commitment to these employees because we don't want to have massive turnover at the Southern Pines schools during the first half of the year. You've got to put yourself in their position. If all we're doing is giving employment through the month of January, or maybe it'll be February if the opening of the school gets delayed, or maybe it's sooner, that's a lot of insecurity, and it's kind of difficult to maintain a secure workforce when your employer is being that uncertain about your future. And so we've made this commitment to these employees for the year. It's $320,000. And if at any point that they have opportunity, we'll be reducing that cost, but not until the second half of the year. Madam Chair, we're open for any summary feedback or questions from board members on Mr. Cox's presentation. Sounds like everybody was able to ask whatever it is they wanted to ask or say what they needed to say throughout the presentation. With your permission, Madam Chair, we'll move on.
Please do. I couldn't get my microphone unmuted. I appreciate Mr. Cox and these efforts to pull the figures together so that we can understand them. Obviously, working off figures that are based off last year's needs makes it very difficult to step up in these times of COVID-related costs to make ends meet. I'm especially sad about the inability to fund additional teachers in our 4 through 8 classrooms, because as we look at trying to socially distance, to cut the size of classes in some way, it eliminates the possibility of doing that if we're not able to add more teachers. And I find that just heartbreaking. So I guess we can move on unless someone else has questions.
With your permission, okay, go ahead.
Yeah, sure. I guess my question is, when will we be asked to make some future decisions about this?
Again, to go back to my introduction at the beginning of this, this is a process that's leading up to your approval of your original budget in September, which this school board does every year. And so today we're able to report on the final outcome of the county commissioner's budget process. We are almost finished with the short session in Raleigh, we hope. By August, that'll be behind us. We'll know more about the State Board of Education's allotment of these HB 1043 lines by August. Hopefully we'll know everything by then that we need to know. And we'll know more about our COVID-19 mitigation expenses, all that PPE expense. You'll recall that the state restructured its Read to Achieve summer camp money, and so we've tried to maximize the availability of those funds for as much COVID-19 relief or COVID-19 mitigation preparation so far. So Dr. Locklear and Mr. Barath and Mr. Cox and others have done a very good job of trying to avoid tapping that 1.8 million in CARES Act direct money. We've tried to really stay away from that as much as we can. So by the time we get to your September meeting, the only thing that would be new as we, at that work session, break out to you where we stand with our revenue potential at the work session, and then a week later have you asked to consider your original budget. We hope by that time to be a little bit more explicit on how much of that CARES Act direct money can be used for your fixed cost increases. Because only then do you know where you're going to have to start tearing this school district apart by virtue of the fact that our revenue sources are now drying up and depleting. And so we're not in a position to take on a whole lot of extra cost with that 1.8 million. You're sitting on 1.4 million in fixed cost increases, and you know you're going to have continuing substantial costs related to your COVID-19 mitigation efforts. We're going to be cutting it really close to get through 1 year. And then next year's budget development process, unless anything changes, we're going to have to really engage in some education this fall leading up to that. Because absent any increase in revenue sources, the only option we're going to have is beginning to shrink the size of the resources we provide for teachers, the support we provide for teachers, the support we provide for our children, and then ultimately maybe even the number of teachers that we have in grades 4 through 12.
All right.
That's our reality. Those are the facts. But we hope to do a really good job of mitigating that impact as much as we can. So with that, Dr. Locklear, you and Ms. Dixon, Federal Programs Consolidation Application, and I'll defer to you, sir.
Yes, sir. I'm standing in for Ms. Dixon today. She's attending a career technical education conference virtually. So I'm standing in for her today. This information topic is to bring to the board's awareness our consolidated application for federal programs in Titles 1, 2, 3, and 4. In the past, you may recall that you were required to actually approve our consolidated application submission. This has changed in current guidance. We're now just required to bring it to your information to see if you have any questions related to our consolidated application. In the future, we may even provide this as part of Mr. Cox's updates, but we wanted to make sure we provided this separately this year since it's a little different. The 4 federal title funds that we're sharing are planning allotments with you. And I want to emphasize that they're planning allotments. They may still change, they may still shift, as Mr. Cox noted. We still may see some decreases in some of these planning allotments, but these are the allotments that we planned our consolidated application on. They include Title I, which is we have 12 Title I schools in our school district. Title I schools are determined by the percentage of free and reduced lunch population in those schools, at 40% being the bottom percentage and up. We have 12 of those schools in our district. You can see our planning allotment compared to 2018-19 has decreased by $400,000. Title II, which are funds which are given to school districts for professional development and learning, for curricular support. You can see that those have remained pretty steady over the last 3 years. Our planning allotment actually increasing, some about $50,000 from last year and 20 over 3 years ago. The Title III funds are funds that are allotted for supporting English language learners or EL students. You can see that those funds have remained pretty flat over the last 3 years. And our Title IV funds, which are somewhat of a new federal funding allotment that we've had for a few years, those funds are allotted to support support specifically students across the district. So they can be used across the district. They support things like we heard earlier, the Panorama survey tool, and resources like that. You can see that those resources have decreased over the last 2 years. But these 4 funding sources will be part of our consolidated application that is being submitted. So we just wanted to bring this information to you, see if you had any questions.
Dr. Locklear, this is John Weaver. I have a question.
Yes, sir.
Does a reassignment plan affect any of our schools that are identified as Title I?
At this point in our planning and projections, those schools our current Title I schools will remain that way. That is not impacted yet.
So we don't expect an impact?
We do expect the overall percentages of free and reduced population to be impacted in some of those schools that were in some of the planning documents that we presented during that process, like at Southern Middle, like at Cranes Creek Middle. We'll probably see some shifts in those overall percentages, but at this point, we still project that they both will remain Title I schools.
Thank you.
Ms. Locklear, this is Dr. Brown. Where does CTE fall in this?
We have CTE funding. It comes from a separate federal fund. We also get CTE funds from the state, but it is not part of these funds here. That we're
it's not part of those. Okay, that's what I wanted to find out. Thank you.
Dr. Brown, that would have been the old Perkins Fund.
Right, I know that. But I didn't know whether since they're consolidated, whether some of these had been thrown into one of these others and just not mentioned, or whether it was a separate fund.
Right. It still remains separate. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Are there other questions? And I think we're good to move on.
Thank you, Madam Chair. With your permission, we'll move on, and I'll now defer to Dr. Locklear to orchestrate a presentation of the staff's most updated development of procedures for implementation of whatever plan the governor assigns to the state, or there's been some talk that it could be on a county by county basis. I haven't heard much about that recently, so we're kind of assuming it's going to be statewide. But, as you'll see from the presentation, as Dr. Locklear sets it up here, this has been a moving target that has required our staff to not only work hard to prepare for, but to also be very nimble and attentive to the many changes in the specifications for that to which we are preparing. And so I want to offer my compliments in advance to the individuals that you hear from today, and some of the names that they'll refer to as those who have participated in this process. And just to note that this is crisis management. This is not strategic management. This is not something that's 2 years away and we've got the luxury of spending a lot of time doing what we normally do, and that is to take a step and see what people think, and take another step and see what people think. This is a situation where we really are not afforded with a lot of discretion as to the timetable by which we operate. We get those specifications and we respond. But in everything we do, the safety of our children, safety of our employees is going to be paramount. And as you can see. So with that, Tim, I've bought you some time. You're ready, and I'll let you and our team take it from there.
Thank you, Dr. Grimsey, Chair Carter, board members. Thank you again for this opportunity. For myself, Dr. Metcalf, Executive Officer, Academic Student Support Services, Dr. Appenfels, Executive Officer for Human Resources, and Mr. Baraff, Executive Officer for Operations, to share our most updated information around our plans for reopening school in the fall, our proposed return to school plans. Over the last several board meetings, we've updated you on our district's management of the COVID-19 pandemic. And so this presentation certainly shifts our focus directly to what we are working on and the plans we're working on to reopen school in the fall. Our reentry team has really been the core team. Thank you, Laura. Has really been our core team of doing this work, whether it's been initially in April and May of closing school down, whether it's been planning for what would be happening in the summer, or now really leaning in on putting and operationalizing our plans around opening school. This team has really done an incredible job. And I want to really tip my hat to the members of this core team. The names in front of you, I'm not going to read them all, but they're the members of our core team that have been doing this work from the beginning. Really want to share my appreciation for Dr. Mike Metcalf, who's really been the one who's led the facilitation of this team. And from this core team, we've had smaller teams break out. Sometimes we called on other principals, other central staff service leaders. You're going to see that from Dr. Appenfeld here in a few minutes, to form other teams that do other work specific to a certain challenge or a certain plan that we need to develop for reopening schools. So again, appreciate their work. And what have they been doing their work on? What has it been based on? It's really been based on the resources and the regulatory requirements that we've gotten from the North Carolina Department of Health and Human Services, the North Carolina Department of Public Instruction, and the governor's office. The plans, that we've been given to develop procedures, systems, and processes, and to operationalize have been given to us from these guidelines and from these regulatory requirements. So our plans are not so much the what. Our plans are really the how. How do we put procedures into place to make sure we move forward with these plans as best possible as we look to reopen schools? Dr. Grimsey said it just a second ago. This guidance has been a moving target. It's evolved. It's changed from day to day sometimes, from week to week. And sometimes the guidance or the decision has just been delayed. It just hasn't been made. And so we continue to work and drive and develop our plans as best possible. And those have been around 3 plans that the governor, the Department of Health and Human Services, North Carolina Department of Public Instruction says that we need to develop and operationalize around 3 school reopening plans. And here's a chart that lays that out. We've shared this information before. It's been out there. We wanted to just review this very quickly. The governor and Department of Health and Human Services said we need to develop and operationalize systems and processes and procedures around 3 plans for reopening school in the fall. The first plan, Plan A, has been described as minimal social distancing. And under this plan, we're able to have all students in school, but still encouraging and requiring social distancing as best possible. The area of 3 feet has been the guideline that has been put out there for us still to encourage students to keep 3 feet apart and have our staff 6 feet apart at all times as best possible. It still will require daily screening of each student and staff member as they enter our school buildings, which will include a temperature screening. It also will require in Plan A that all staff members wear face masks or facial coverings, and all students grades 3 through 12 wear face coverings or face masks. And we're strongly encouraging all pre-K to 2 students who can to wear those face coverings as well. It will also require in Plan A that in transportation, all students who ride transportation, pre-K to 12, would wear facial coverings or face masks. So Plan A, which has all students back in the building, also has significant enhanced health protocols in Plan A. And Plan B requires additional social distancing or moderate social distancing, where we can have at the max, we can have 50% of our capacity in our school buildings. It then also requires that in the classroom, it requires that students are no closer than 6 feet apart. So that reduces the capacity of each classroom. It also reduces the capacity on our school buses to 1 student per seat, unless it is a family member in the household.
Dr. Locklear, I believe your PowerPoint is not advancing.
I'm still talking about the same slide, sorry.
Yeah, Dr. Locklear, this is Ken Eklund here. I just got a report that there might be an issue with the stream, and because this is such important information, I thought I better break in. If you give me a moment, I want to double check the computer here in the boardroom and double check the connection to the YouTube stream, if that's okay.
Yes, yeah.
Yeah, hold on.
you need to review, and otherwise, let's keep moving.
Yes, ma'am. Will do.
We are back live. We are back live.
Thank you, Chair Carter. I'll continue with the presentation. We were discussing the 3 return to school scenarios that the governor, Department of Health and Human Services, North Carolina Department of Public Instruction has asked us to operationalize and to put systems, process, and procedures around. Reopening Plan A requires minimal social distancing. This is where all students can return to school, but it still requires us to have daily screenings, including temperature checks, face masks for all staff, face masks for students 3 through 12. Facial coverings are strongly encouraged for students in pre-K2. All students on bus transportation would have to wear face masks or facial coverings pre-K through 12. In reopening Plan B, which was discussed a little bit already, moderate social distance, this is in addition to what's required in Plan A, but in Plan B, it limits your capacity to 50%, which means that in your classrooms, you have to have 6 feet social distancing, and on your school buses, it limits it to 1 student per seat unless they're in the same family. And then Plan C is, if we were under Plan C, it would be for virtual remote learning only. All students would be home, and all students would be participating and engaging in remote learning. We also are going to talk about a Plan D, which is what we're describing as our virtual opportunity, where there'll be some families we know who are not comfortable with any of these plans, and we've developed a virtual remote learning only option, 100% virtual remote learning only option that families can begin enrolling in today. And we'll talk about that launch later in the presentation. And throughout all of this work and planning around operationalizing for Plan A, B, C, and our virtual option, our overarching goal has always been to get as many students back in school as soon as possible. That's our overarching goal. We want our kids back in school. Just like we know many of our parents and community members do, just like we know many of you do. But throughout this work, these considerations and guiding principles are what will drive our work, have driven our work, and will continue to drive our work. And these priorities are ones that we have that are in order. And we want to share these considerations and guiding principles and these priorities with you. The first consideration and guiding principle that we must plan for is to ensure the safety and wellness of students, staff, and families. That's our top priority in everything that we're doing as we develop and operationalize and put procedures in place for these plans. Once we've done that, our next priority, our next consideration and guiding principle is to ensure equity in instruction for all students. Ensure that our students are receiving equitable instruction and resources, whether that might mean a student who has limited access to technology or internet at their home, or whether it be some other challenges that student is having. We also want to ensure all students receive high quality instruction, regardless of where and how it is delivered. What have we learned from spring delivery of remote instruction? Our team has worked extremely hard to ramp up and build the capacity around what we can do with delivering instruction, whether it's in person in the classroom or whether it's remote. We want to share our adaptability in all planning based on new information and changing guidelines from the governor's office, Department of Health and Human Services, North Carolina DPI. And once we've ensured as best possible those priorities have been met, we want to ensure that clear communication is happening with all our stakeholder groups. That's critical as we move forward and continue to drive this work. We've also worked to gather stakeholder input as we develop these plans and operationalize these plans. We've looked at information and data and gathered that in various ways. Laura,
next slide. Next slide.
Thank you, Laura. There's been some various ways that we've gathered input from stakeholders, external and internal stakeholders. This has included a survey of our remote learning from the student perspective that we did at the end of May. It's included the phone survey that we sent out to parents around their feelings around returning to school in June. It also includes 2 surveys that we did to gather input on the implementation of remote learning from our teachers and principals, once in April and then in June. It also includes the transportation request that we sent out last week, requesting for families to request transportation if it's needed in the fall, and that runs until July 19th. Also, last week, we sent out a personnel survey to all of our employees, gathering information and feedback from them. That closes out on the 15th. And today, we launched the opportunity for our families who are not comfortable with any plan re-entering school in the fall to enroll in our 100% virtual remote only option. And we're going to offer that opportunity in what we call our Virtual Connect Academy. And that's going to be launched today. And we're asking parents to really lean in and really connect to this, if this is an option they're wanting to explore and to enroll by the 23rd. And at the end of the day's meeting this afternoon, we'll be launching a feedback portal based on families. Once they've reviewed this information, have reviewed the current status of our operationalizing these plans, we've got a feedback portal where families, community, students can give feedback on these plans, and it will open up today. So we'll take this data, we'll take this input, and continue to operationalize our plans. As many of our parents and community are familiar, our principals each year in their schools and their school teams have school orientations in elementary for kindergarten students and new students, in middle for rising 6th grade and new students, in high for rising 9th grade and new students. In our current context of COVID-19, this is going to look differently this year. In elementary, kindergarten assessments will be done during the first week of school, in anticipation of hopefully getting our students back then in some capacity. There'll be online meetings with new families to answer questions, and there'll be virtual tours and introduction of the school for all new families. And school tours can be arranged by appointment. In middle and high, very similar virtual tours, introduction of the school, and school tours by appointment. Similarly, we know our schools and our principals have also each year had back to school nights. These are always been well-attended evenings with great anticipation and excitement as we open up our school years. It's usually been a time where families and students have come to meet their teachers and get information. But based on our current context in COVID-19, our principals have worked to develop primarily virtual back to school nights. In elementary, this will include a welcome back video that will be shared with families on August 13th at 5 p.m. It will include online classroom meetings to welcome students and parents to the school, 5:30 and at 6. And then once we're able to get students back into school in some capacity, we'll be distributing information packets that are normally distributed at those events. In middle school and high school, some similarities there. In middle school on August 12th, there'll be a welcome back video. There'll be online classroom meetings to welcome students and parents. Parents and students can access their schedule, being PowerSchool student or parent portal. There'll be video introductions from each teacher available on the school's website. And then throughout the week, rising 6th grade and other new students will be invited to attend some very small group orientation sessions. And part of that is to distribute Chromebooks to those new students. High school, very similar process in high school as well. And then with those small group sessions for rising 9th graders and new students. And as information develops and processes, this could be tweaked and revised and refined, but this is our current plan for our virtual back to school nights.
May I interrupt just a quick second? Why are middle and high school the same days or nights? I mean, what if a parent has students in both?
Traditionally, we've tried to alternate elementary and then our secondary. This is aligned to our normal, and Mike, speak up if you can add some more value to that answer. But this is our normal schedule for our back to school nights that we've usually run.
How have we accommodated parents before?
We staggered times a little bit in the past. And we also keep in mind this would be virtual as well.
Yeah, thank you. I was going to point that out. This is asynchronous. So a parent would choose when they would look at the welcome back video, and the online classroom meetings. There can be accommodations depending upon the principal and the teacher. Those kinds of and a video introduction from each teacher. All of these are asynchronous, or are subject to scheduling at the local level by principals and teachers to accommodate parent schedules.
Okay, I just want to know how we are accommodating parents like that. Thank you.
Yeah, if it was all, if they were traditional back to school nights, then you'd have a point there, Dr. Brown. But this is all, for the most part, virtual or manageable. And this, by the way, does apply to Plan A, Tim. If all the children are coming back, we're still going to be protective of gatherings, of combinations of parents and children. And you're just not going to see that here, at least in August of 2020. You won't see it. It doesn't mean we won't get there at some point during the year. But if we just take the American Academy of Pediatrics recommendations, what we know is there's different levels of transmission threat that you have with adults and you do with children. And so there are a lot of strong recommendations across the board in making sure that we don't exceed our crowd gatherings. So anyhow, we're still going to go with the virtual approach with the orientation and back to school nights, even if we do Plan A.
Yes,
Good.
sir.
Yep.
Thank you.
Yep.
Any other questions on those two items before I move forward? Thank you. Great question. The next slide talks about our extracurricular and child care programs. As we previously announced, our summer athletics and the summer athletic workouts, very limited summer athletic workouts and performing art activity like marching band will begin no earlier than July 20th, utilizing the protocols that have been developed at the state level. And we'll be moving forward to make an announcement about whether or not those programs will start based on additional information we get this week, anticipated information we will get this week from the governor's office. Other clubs and activities will utilize very similar protocols. Our child care programs like before school and after school care, and then our own site daycares at Carthage Elementary, Medici Creek Elementary, Bass Lakeview Elementary will follow all the guidelines developed by the North Carolina Health Human Services Department around daycares. So they'll follow those same guidelines that every other daycare in the state are following. And Dr. Grimsey noted, we're still under Plan A, or, we talked about the virtual back to school and orientations. We're still going to be very protective of our students and our staff. And that's what you're going to see throughout all these plans, that there are student and staff protocols that are woven throughout these plans that are significant safety and health protocols to protect our students, protect our staff in whatever capacity we're bringing students back. And that includes arrival, drop-off, and pickup procedures. It includes the temperature screenings prior to entering schools and health screenings prior to entering schools for students and staff. Includes the social distancing we've talked about a little bit already in classrooms, hallways, buses, based on the plan that we're in. It includes a plan for if a student or a staff member develops COVID-19 symptoms during the day, a plan for isolating that person or student and working through that. It includes, as I've already noted, all staff are required to wear a mask or face coverings. Students in grades 3 through 12 are also have that requirement. And we're strongly encouraging students pre-K through 2 to also do that if possible. And enhance hygiene practices, whether we're talking about hand sanitizer or washing hands frequently. And this last one is one that, we're so gracious and appreciative of all the volunteers and all the help that we get, and I always want to welcome visitors into our school buildings. But under current context and procedures, access to volunteers and visitors will be limited and restricted. And as Dr. Metcalf, I'm about to hand it over to Dr. Metcalf to talk about each of these plans. You're going to see these protocols woven throughout each of Plan A, B, C, and he's also going to talk about, again, that virtual connect opportunity as well. So there aren't any questions at this moment. I'm going to turn over to Dr. Metcalf to dive into these return to school scenarios and how Moore County Schools at this point is looking to operationalize these plans.
Thank you, Dr. Locklear. As you noted, we have been charged to create a framework of procedures for the 3 plans that were outlined by the governor for school reentry, Plan A, Plan B, and Plan C. And then we've also added a local option, a Plan D, a 4th plan, and that's our virtual academy. We have prepared a fact sheet for each of these plans. That fact sheet will be available on our website for the community to be able to see as well. And what I'd like to do, with your permission, Madam Chair, is just go through each of these fact sheets and provide a little bit of detail. And at the end, we can ask any questions and the team will try to answer for you.
Please walk through us. The people are waiting eagerly for this, as are all of us. So we hold questions till the end, and then we'll come back to you. Thank you.
Thank you. Plan A. So under Plan A, all students are returning to school. We would allow for a staggered start. That's not different than what we would normally do with kindergarten. We would just do that in all grades. We'd do that to allow ourselves the opportunity to go through new protocols with the students, to go through the procedures around social distancing, around cleaning. As Dr. Locklear said under Plan A, social distancing, we try to keep our desks at least 3 feet apart and our adults 6 feet apart. We need to go through those processes and procedures with the students. And so we would do a staggered start for at least a week. We've put on this document a 2-week opportunity to do that, where we would have smaller groups to go through those plans. Masks would be required for grades 3 through 12, and then highly encouraged at school for pre-K through 2nd grade levels. All staff would be required to wear masks. And of course, as Dr. Locklear noted, we'll be doing health screenings for the students and the staff. That's temperature check, ask them some questions prior to the entrance of school on a daily basis. Mr. Brath's going to talk later about his increased cleaning protocols and sterilization protocols, but they would also be put into place on Plan A. So all students come back, staggered start, but we would be excited to have all our students with us with Plan A. Plan B is a little bit more problematic. It requires a higher level of logistical work, some more structures. Under Plan B, up to 50% of the students will be on campus at one time. We want all our students back, but if we're under Plan B, it's up to 50%. One of the great challenges for us is transportation. The guidelines indicate that up to 50% of the students can be on campus at one time. Buses basically can only carry about 30% of their normal ridership. So that impacts the number of students you may be able to bring to campus. We would want to do 50%. We may end up at 25%, depending on how many parents sign up for transportation, how many students select to go with Plan D, the fully, the academy, the virtual academy, the full virtual academy. That would impact the number of students who would be on transportation. It may impact whether we're at 25% or 50% capacity under Plan B. The plan that's in front of you, and I'll start with elementary and middle school, they're a little different than the high school plan, is really based around 25% occupancy, 25% capacity. That would be students at school 1 day a week. They would be in remote learning the other 4 days. The Wednesday, all students would be online. The purpose is so that we can provide deep clean during that time, and also provides our teachers time to do the work that's necessary to prepare for the online and the remote learning. Instruction, fully blended learning approach. All students with daily lessons include direct mini lessons available both live online as well as in person on this campus when they're there. We will be providing devices, computer devices, to our elementary students in Plan B. We've pulled every resource that we have. We've pulled all the computers that we have available at the school sites, and we would make them available to students who need them. So all the elementary students would have either a Chromebook, or at the K2 level, they would have an iPad. And so that would allow for us to be able to do some synchronous and some asynchronous learning as well with them. At the high school level, if you can move to the next one, Plan B at the high school level, much different than the elementary at the 25% level. And again, that's what's presented here, even though the hope is that we would be able to bring more students onto campus than that. At the 25% level, only selected high school classes would be on campus. This would include classes such as many of the career and tech courses where you have so much hands-on work and credentials that require them to be working together, working on hands-on. to include classes such as JROTC, some arts classes, and there's some additional courses too that would be online or not online, on campus. The rest of the students would be receiving virtual remote learning instruction. They'll receive daily lessons, which include live online instruction following their block scheduling, and also some recorded mini lessons, so both synchronous and asynchronous. So students at home would log in at the time that their class is scheduled to be at, and they would meet with their teacher at that time from home online. We'll be using, for those students who do not have access from home, don't have connectivity, have difficulties or limited connectivity, we'll be providing the jump drives, the USB jump drives, and connecting the work back and forth in that way rather than the copies and some of the work that we did in the past with that. If we're able to do 50% level capacity, that would look 9th and 10th grade together on one day, 11th and 12th together on the next. Plan C, if we can scroll down to Plan C. Thank you, Laura. Plan C is all remote learning, all remote learning. All learning will occur remotely. It is not ideal. Our ideal situation is being able to bring all our students back. That's what we start with, and that's where we would like to be. But if we're in a place where we're directed to do Plan C, it would be an all remote learning. We learned a lot of lessons from last spring. We learned a lot from last spring. And at that time, we were thrown into the remote learning. We had to overcome the barrier and the challenges very quickly, had to pivot very quickly. If we move to Plan C this fall, there will be some changes. The expectations for teachers, families, and students will be higher than they were, I think, at the end of last year. I want to make that point known. They're going to have to do their work. They're going to have to turn that work in. They're going to get graded and assessed on that work. And the expectations on our teachers and our families and our students will be greater than they were when we were kind of thrown into it in the spring. We've learned so much about that.
Dr. Metcalf, if I could, just to note that there were a lot of accommodations, regulatory and statutory accommodations that were made by the General Assembly, the State Board of Education, the governor's office under the emergency context that we had at that time, one of which was the hold harmless provision for grades. And that's a game changer. And we'll be communicating that with students when they come back, that in the event that for whatever reason we've got to be on Plan C or even with Plan B, everybody's got to be leaning in and giving it their best shot because this time everything will be graded, and that'll be right from the beginning. Excuse me, if I could just make that point to my good friends in K through 12.
I should say that we're developing, in case we're under Plan C, we're developing teacher support and expectation documents. We're developing training for our teachers. We're developing parent handbooks, which talks about Canvas and our learning management systems and how to access that. And so our expectations for parents, students, and our teachers is going to be a lot higher, as you know, than it was in the spring. Again, under Plan C, elementary students provided devices and all materials necessary to fully participate in the learning process. Digital content available to students live, recorded, as well as offline through the exchange of the jump drives. And each school will have a process in which case they can pass those jump drives of the work back and forth to those students who have limited access. Students at the high school level receive their daily lessons, again, live, online instruction, following their block schedule. They'll also have recorded lessons, asynchronous, for students who have difficulty during those times in terms of access. That is Plan C. Plan D is exciting for us. We know that some parents may not feel comfortable with their students attending school on campus, regardless of where the state goes and regardless of whether we have the option of bringing our students back. So we're developing the Connect Virtual Academy, which provides an option of entirely remote learning for K through 12 instruction, regardless of whether the plans for in-person instruction are implemented or not. So if a parent student choose this option, their child would not physically attend school campus for any in-person instruction for a minimum of the first semester, and longer if they make the decision after the first semester that they want to continue into it. They are making a commitment when they sign up for this Connect Virtual Academy to stay in it for a minimum of the first semester and through December. And at that point, they could decide to come back to the school for regular instruction, depending on where we're at that point, or they may want to continue in the Connect Virtual Academy, which would be fine too.
And we'll appreciate the parents' support on that, because that helps us for planning, and we just need to know how to arrange our staffing. And so once we're asking people to make that one semester long commitment to the virtual academy for that reason.
I do want to note, and again, this is all available on the website, and there's a location on our website where you can go and get additional information about the Connect Virtual Academy as well. If that's not already up, it will be up shortly after the meeting today. I do want to note this. I saw some questions about this in social media, so I just wanted to push this out. Under the current context, that context being the COVID-19 pandemic, students who enroll in the Connect Virtual Academy would not be able to participate in extracurricular activities or athletics. At this time, they would not be able to participate. They have made the decision that they're not comfortable being on campus, and so they would not be on campus. They would receive all their instruction virtually. So before we hand over to John, Mr. Barath, to talk a little bit more about the cleaning processes and transportation and meals, and then Dr. Appenfels to talk about some of the personnel issues that she's been working, I'll pause to see whether there's any questions, and perhaps members of the team can answer them.
This is Dr. Brown. Going back to Plan A, you've given us the first 2 weeks. What happens after that? Are we going, it will just continue as a rotation over the next 2 weeks, the same thing, or how will that?
No, ma'am. Thank you for the question, because that could be confusing. I appreciate that. This is a staggered start. The goal on Plan A is all the students being on campus every day.
Okay.
Very much traditional instruction as we have always done in the past. We are staggering the start so that we can teach some of the new protocols, some of the new procedures, kind of walk the students through the processes of wearing the mask, how to walk in the hallways, when they have to clean their hands, how they're going to get lunch, so that we can do that in some smaller groups like we do with kindergartners on their first day of school. We stagger the start traditionally for them. The goal would be to quickly get our students in on a regular schedule.
Okay.
Dr. Brown, if you could envision Pinecrest High School, first day of school, it's either 2,200 temperature checks or 500 temperature checks.
I understand. I just wanted to clarify, get the clarification on
This was common sense beginning of the year, and then hopefully, as early as the second week, no later than the third week, they're all coming to school, and we've been able to kind of ease everybody into it. But this Plan A is everybody in school with those accommodations that Dr. Locklear mentioned earlier.
by the third week.
At the latest, we're
third to fourth week, depending on
maybe the second week. If it all
how
goes.
will this affect our ADM?
As of now, we can defer to legal counsel on that, but we don't think that's going to have any impact on our ADM.
Okay.
I'm not aware of any change in the normal procedures for determining ADM at this time, but we can certainly check on that.
Okay.
I can confirm that as well. We would use normal procedures as we open up the school year.
Okay. Thank you very much.
And this is Pam. I have one question with regard to the temperature checks. At what point will that be done? Is that as students are getting on school bus or as students are getting on campus? What will be the point of entry for the temp checks?
Thank you, Ms. Thompson. And I think Mr. Barath will be hitting that a little bit when he talks about transportation. But the point is, as they come on to campus, they would go through a process where they'd have their temperature taken.
And those procedures may vary a little bit from campus to campus. Again, the challenge at High Falls is different than it is at Union Pines.
Right. And the other question that I had is for the Plan D, our virtual academy. What is our date that parents would have to enroll and make a decision on that? Do we have an established date?
We do. We've set up a date at the beginning. Let me scroll up and double check that. The enrollment for the virtual option is July 13th through the 23rd.
Okay.
Now,
Okay, I missed that. I'm sorry, Mike. Thank you.
no, I do want to say this. They certainly can sign up after that as well, but we really are trying to get folks to sign up that during that time frame because that allows us a little flexibility with our planning. As we've noted before, the number of folks who may sign up for that impacts Plan B. Less students on campus allows us to bring more in Plan B. So we're really making a move to try to ask parents to make that decision during that time frame, but that doesn't suggest that it would be closed and they wouldn't be able to make that decision later.
Repeat our preferred date by which we hope people will inform us, Mike.
July 23rd.
July 23rd. If parents could study this option, those that are interested in, we've already heard from families that are concerned about their children coming back. They already know they're predisposed to do that. This is the information that they've been waiting for. It's our hope that they're already interested in getting this information, making that decision. The sooner they can let us know, it really helps us for our planning purposes. We're really hoping those families that have that level of concern will be able to make that decision as early as possible.
Dr. Metcalf, this is Helena. In terms of that particular option, if more, with the number of families that sign up for that, could it be that we would end up with, in Plan B, potentially 2 days a week in school rather than 1 day a week in school so that the groupings would look different? Is that a remote possibility?
I would say that's a strong possibility.
Okay.
Absolutely.
So that's why knowing that number is going to be critical.
That and transportation really impact Plan B. And how many students sign up to be transported, how many we can put on that bus and do that safely and reasonably, being able to bring those students in, and how many students have selected Plan D, the virtual academy, impact what we can do with Plan B. And so there's a lot of flexibility here, which is why there's such short turnaround for trying to get that information to allow us to work forward with those plans.
And for Plan B, how will students be grouped in terms of, you have the groupings there, A, B, C, D for now, could be A, B, B if we're lucky. Would it be by teachers, by class, by neighborhoods, by family? I mean, would you be able to take a family, a household and ensure that they, in K-5 through 6-8 and then high school, that they could be attending on the same days? Maybe not high school because that's going to be 9th, 10th, 11th, and 12th, right?
Yeah, high school's a little of a challenge. That's a great question, and the answer to that is yes. As we're doing this, we're getting the information through Power School of the family connections, and so we're trying to schedule them on the same days. The first step of that A, B, C, and D, and we're working on this now, is transportation. They provide us a list of the students that will be coming A, B, C, D. They connect that to families because they're doing it by areas in which they're picking up. And then we add the additional students on there to fill out those classes. There's tremendous logistics with that, but that work is ongoing right now.
And I don't want to throw a monkey wrench into this logistics, and maybe we can talk about that with Mr. Barath, but it does also make me wonder about neighborhoods a little bit if family groups get together and maybe carpool. But I also know that has its own challenges of planning. But I wondered if that was a possibility.
We can't make any promises at this point. It's premature for us to. We have not been able to get to that level of.
I understand. Detail. I completely understand. That's.
Yeah, I think
we're not there yet.
When principals principals right now are also working hard at building level, but at the district level, we're awaiting the governor. The principals are awaiting the governor and us, and so they really are anxious for us to offer that clarity. Once they do, there will be some opportunities that they and their teachers will find that may not be available to us at the district level. So the sooner we get the governor's direction as to what plan we're working with, as you can see, we've got a lot of details associated with each one of these plans. ensure our readiness. So, but I wouldn't make any promises on that. I also would like to just add, if I could, the academy is going to have a lot of students in it before we would go from 25% to 50%.
That's
so
understood.
we really need a lot of participation in the academy for that kind of a change. Could we go to something else where there's maybe, go by thirds, or 1 week you go 1 day a week and another week you go 2 days a week or something? That would have to come, but by no means does our crystal ball put us in a position where we can make those kinds of, apply those kind of metrics at this point. There's just too many variables.
This is Dr. Brown. Dr. Metcalf, currently you can pull up on the announcements on Moore County Schools website and see about the application for the Connect. Will this be where you can find these sheets that you're showing us now, or will they be in a different place?
These sheets, I may have to refer to Ms. Murphy for a specific location. They're going to be on our website. I think there's 2 different locations. Catherine, are you available to answer that question?
I just want to know so parents will be able to find this easily.
Are you talking about the PowerPoint?
Well, we don't have this information that he's showing us now.
The fact sheets, they'll be on the website.
The fact sheets the fact sheets are on the board documents link.
I know that, but I'm saying for the parents, he said they were going to be put up on the website. So where will they be located?
If I could interject, Ms. Murphy will be talking about. Excuse me, Ms. Murphy, aren't you going to be talking about communications here before we're done?
No, sir. I'm wrapping that up.
Okay, but
so I'll just add that we also have these documents posted on the www.ncmcs.org/return-to-school webpage. Those are up there as well.
Okay, they are there. Okay.
That's what I was looking for, was that portal, the return to school portal.
All right, because I have not seen them there yet. Okay, thank you.
Dr. Gramercy, this is Ed. I have a question that the public needs to understand that these are plans and they should develop questions they have for each plan, but we won't know until the governor makes his decision and you all have a few days to work on it. Actually, even in the specific plan exactly what's going to happen. They can develop the questions, but let's wait to see what we're going to do before they start asking questions for all of them.
Yes, sir.
Does that make sense?
I had a few questions. So with the plan, basically just like I'm just basically like it's like your menu. And so until Governor Cooper tells us what we can do, then that's when we're going to get into the meat and potatoes of it all. So that sample schedule pretty much it's just a sample schedule as that is. It's not what we're really going to do. That's just something
if I could, Ms. Caldwell, this is what we intend to do if he says plan A. And then if he says plan B, what we have here is what we intend to do. And then plan C, this is what we intend to do. It's not like we're going to wait till he makes the announcement and then forget all the work we've done so far. We're going to go with what we're presenting today.
Okay, and so that leads me to believe that you're going to be mad at me for a minute. Being a teacher, I don't see the concept of kids coming in 1 day a week and then the rest of the week them being off only for plan B, only because they haven't seen their friends in the whole week. So the teachers are going to be babysitting and trying to calm them down and getting them orally for the first 3 hours or so before they can even teach. And then they got to do that all over again every week. That plan to me just doesn't seem very realistic. That's why I was wondering if there was any other plan that you guys thought about, or if that was the schedule that you were really going to be doing.
I would say the committee looked at a multitude of approaches. Remember, plan B is plan B. You can't just get plan B and then do plan A. So you have to come up with some way. If you're socially distancing at 6 feet, am I 6 feet, Tim?
6 feet.
Yeah. So remember what the challenge is under plan B. you are socially distancing at 6 feet. So a classroom that normally would house 24 children is now down to essentially maybe 10 children. So you simply can't bring them in all at the same time. So you have to bring in only a certain number per day, and then you have to have what to do with them on the days where they're not there. That's the whole notion of Plan B. And so you have to work within that framework. You can't just change the specifications. You have to work within that for Plan B.
Okay, and then my other questions were, what if children don't have internet, like elementary school children, and if they have an iPad, they can't use those discs, those little thumb drives, because they don't go in iPads? And then, of course, if you have children that are EC, what are you doing to accommodate that?
I'll defer to Doctors Locklear and Metcalf.
Well, we have in terms of the EC question, we've developed a plan around the EC, or we're in the process of developing a very formulated plan around that. We learned a lot again from the spring and trying to provide a lot of support from them. You'll notice on Plan B, one of the things we note there is that at-risk students, we may try to bring in more than just the 1 day a week on Plan B. And that might include some exceptional education students. It might also include students who don't have online capability, don't have access online at home to bring them in. We'd identify those students and give them the opportunity to come in. At the K2 level, there's a little less. The K2 is where we would have the iPads. It's 3.5 that we have the Chromebooks where the jumps would work and we were able to process the information back and forth. With the iPads, our teachers are aware that they would need to make sure that the work that they're providing is not jump start, that it's and again, we'll be providing hotspots, working individually with those families, trying to bring them if we can in. Dr. Locklear, anything to add to that particular piece?
I just asked Kent if he could add any technical parameters to how we can support with iPads as well.
Yeah, we'll certainly be looking in terms of what the actual need is in terms of providing hotspots, but there are adapters that you can get to allow a USB device to connect to an iPad. We just really need to determine the need before we go out and spend a significant amount of money on those particular items. So there's a lot of work that's going on in determining what the needs are. And that's yet another reason why funds are being reserved for these additional needs as they come up.
Let me add, if I could, Ms. Caldwell, Dr. Metcalf, Dr. Locklear, and Kent, since the board met last time, as we have reported to the board, but we haven't reported publicly, we have used our repurposed Read to Achieve money to greatly expand our infrastructure in the hardware that we have for children. What have we ordered with that Read to Achieve money that I exercise my emergency authority to grant? What has that done? The number of Chromebooks that we've had. What have we done there? Just to get that on the record. 700
Chromebooks for the elementary grades. And we're in the process of placing an order for, well, I shouldn't say placing an order. We're going through the approval process for approximately 600 iPads for elementary students as well.
That's the 700 are to support the Summer Jumpstart program. We're allowed to use those funds that the state allotted for Summer Jumpstart to buy devices for students. And the public may recall that our Summer Jumpstart program is all virtual remote. And so providing devices was a necessity. So the purchase of these devices support that Summer Jumpstart work, but of course those devices remain with the district, which bolster our ability to provide devices at the 3.5 level. The K2 devices for iPads, you may remember Mr. Cox noting the 200, I think Mr. Cox was 215,000 roughly, that's been allotted for devices. We are targeting K2 iPad needs with that $215,000 and working on the bidding process and approved process to bring that to you as quickly as we can.
Substantial expansion of our remote capability for students and also in-class capability as well. boy, when we're done, we'll, at least for a couple of years until they go through their life cycle, we'll have a lot of ability there. Stacy, I didn't want to interrupt your pattern there, but I just wanted to show that we were talking about, well, if we wait and find out this and wait and find out that, then we'll do this and we'll do that. It's not about what's to come. We've taken a lot of steps here to expand our capability and build on what we learned last spring. Go ahead, I'm sorry.
No, it's okay. I was just wondering, I know that you had the teacher surveys, but you were doing that, or personnel surveys, you're doing that now, so they don't have any input on it till now. Is that correct?
That's not correct.
No, that's not correct.
And I appreciate the concern. We have the same concern, to be honest with you, on a number of items around Plan B. That's why the ideal plan is we bring them all back. That's what we love to do. We're just under restrictions if we have to go with Plan B and what we can and can't do. This plan was not developed at the district level. We were consulted and worked with the teams, and it came from the bottom up. So we had principals that led the process of making the recommendations about the return to school Plan B, on the A, around C. They've been working on this throughout the summer and really before the summer even began, even going as far back as early June and before that. Teachers were involved in that. Principals led this process. This was their recommendation. We looked at a lot of options around Plan B because that is the logistical one. That's the tough one. That's the one that isn't pretty. It's ugly. We looked at AB weeks. We looked at high school, using the high school campuses and bringing students and spreading them out to try to make the 50% capacity that way. There's staffing issues with that. There are all kinds of challenges. This was the recommendation that came from the field that did include teachers and staff.
Dr. Metcalf?
Yeah, I was just going to say one more thing, Helena. I do want to thank you for doing all that. It's not, I hope I don't come across that I'm not grateful that what you have put, I know you put time in your heart, and there's so many little tiny things to include that people don't even know about that you have to do for this plan. And I get that. Just seeing it as a whole right now is very overwhelming, I guess. So I know parents are probably feeling the same way I am. So thank you, though. Thank you for explaining that.
I'm not sure who this question should go to, if it's Dr. Metcalf or Dr. Locklear, but my question is about, from a teacher's perspective, what does Plan B look like if, is it that a quarter of the students will be with them daily and then 3/4 are at home and so they're both teaching and supporting online learning, or is there some type of, what does that look like?
I can try to answer that one. I think that's it. About 25% of their students in their class on a particular day. Wednesday provides them the opportunity where they would have no students to work through some of their online support. We may come back and have to adjust the time schedules. One of the reasons to do that is to get all the teachers in and tested. Another reason is that we want to build in time during their day as well when they can do some of this online work. We're asking a lot of our teachers on Plan B.
Dr. If I might interrupt, if we probably need to get our presentation rolling again, and it may be that some of our questions will be answered as we go on through the presentation. So if we can just continue on and then, like you say, save our questions till the end again.
And thank you, ma'am. I will pass it off to Mr. Barath then.
If I could just make one last comment, just want to bring it to the board's attention and our public's attention that we have to have every plan developed and operationalized, because it could be that we start in a certain plan and then transition to another plan. And so just want to bring that point out there, that it's important for us to pay attention to all three plans, because we may have to go in and out of those plans as this pandemic continues. Just wanted to bring that point.
And John will allude to this a little bit, but even if we're Plan A and we stay in Plan A, there'll be, the state has issued guidelines, the Department of Health and Human Services has issued protocols for determinations of sometimes when a classroom will not meet. That we'll have Plan A, but an entire class and the teacher might be quarantined for 14 days, or a school, or a feeder area, and then they'll come back and then it'll change. So this reentry team has not, what you're seeing is just the base but we also have to be prepared for these variables that will occur within each plan. Before John gets started, I would like to say this too. I don't want to sound defeatist about Plan B. Plan B is a challenge, and it does present its own set of challenges. But if we're directed to use Plan B, Moore County Schools is going to execute a very fine Plan B. And I believe our teachers and principals and our staff and our parents, we will find a way to do the best we can to serve our children. But if it's Plan B and that's what we're directed to do, then we're going to do a very good job with that. And I think we've got a very good framework here. I think it's efficient, it's effective, and it puts children first, and it also accommodates the safety need of our adult workforce. As if we don't take care of our adult workforce, it doesn't matter what plan we're in. If we're in Plan A and 25% of our teachers or 40% of our teachers are out because of COVID-19, then we've got a real problem. And Plan A isn't the answer to everything in that particular situation. We're planning for that as well. So we don't have the luxury to just pick our favorite scenario and just say that's the way it's going to be. Our team has had to be prepared for all the scenarios. And so compliments to them. John, I'll turn it over to you.
Thank you, Dr. Grimacy. And to touch on a lot of the topic everyone's mentioned and that Tim led off with about the safety and wellness of students and stress with them and the staff and anybody in our schools, there are measures that need to be put into place at schools, physical measures as well as cleaning measures. As we're pretty much all aware, the primary transmission of COVID-19 is through the respiratory droplets that are exchanged between people who are in close proximity. Now, that is why there's so much that we've talked about and you've heard about in our other presentations about physical distancing, face coverings, hand hygiene. And of course, going hand in hand, literally with this, is also making sure that we have sanitized and disinfected schools. It has been shown and proven that the virus may survive on certain surfaces for a period of time, and we want to make sure we can reduce that risk to every possible extent we can for the safety of everybody in our schools. With the what happened in the spring with COVID-19, we have done a lot of training at that time for custodial staff on appropriate use of our cleaning and disinfecting products in the process of which they are to execute the cleaning and disinfection of the schools. We continue to work with custodial staff on the unique needs they may have at their schools because, as you are all aware upon visiting almost every single school in the district, they are very different from one another and they have different needs in different situations. We are developing an accountability document for the staff to use at each site. This will confirm things such as the frequency of disinfection of the high-touch surfaces. We've talked about this, doorknobs, phones, keyboards, all those type of items, and bathrooms throughout the school day, as well as what has to happen in other areas in a more regular frequency. We are going to be working with each principal on scheduling disinfection opportunities between class changes in rooms and areas where it's needed. So if you can imagine the art, other elective courses and offerings like that, what needs to happen between classes as far as opportunities to disinfect in there for the arrival of the next students, as well as reminders to them that students need to wash their hands upon entering a room like that and going back into theirs and following all the requirements for that. We have received the state issue of personal protective equipment for the school nurses. Those came a week ago. And so we're working with Dr. Powers and staff on breaking the delivery down so they can be packaged and ready to deliver to schools. So they have them in hand for the arrival of students. And we have also received our orders for touchless thermometers throughout the district, face coverings, gloves, and the face coverings include the plastic face shields as well as the strap-on with the ears face coverings, other personal protective equipment. That's all arrived right now to our warehouse, and we are assembling and beginning to break that down to be distributed to each school accordingly. We've also received sanitizing and disinfecting supplies that have been distributed to the schools, as well as new electrostatic dispensers for each school. You've heard a lot of talk maybe in news and other media about those. Those are very effective units to use to distribute disinfection products in areas such as media centers. Also, if there's a space where an individual has tested positive for COVID, we can immediately go in there and treat the space as well as the air system when people are not in the school. We are finalizing our signage order to place at all schools, and these are again reminders of the physical distancing, the 3 W's that you see as promoted by the state. Directional signs for one-way traffic in hallways and other areas. Markers for where to stand when you're in the media centers, not to congregate, and at the reception area. Requirements for entering schools to let anybody who comes to a school know what the requirement is that they are going to need to meet before entering, and other such signage is recommended by the CDC and by the state, DHHS and DPI. Hand sanitizers are being placed in all classrooms that do not have a sink for hand washing. We want to make sure, as Dr. Metcalf has touched on, we want to make sure everyone is taught the appropriateness of hand washing and sanitizing their hands, and that will provide them opportunity within each and every space. As Dr. Grimsey mentioned, should positive case upon opening schools occur, that we will be working closely with the county health department. They'll help determine the impact to the classroom or the operation of the school as a whole. So there's a lot of measures being put in place here. We are following every guideline that Dr. Locklear has led off with this, along with CDC and others that have come out in an effort to make sure that we can have prepared and maintain safe environments for students and staff throughout. I rattled on a little bit there, and I would like to pause on that before moving on to discuss transportation and allow you the opportunity to ask any questions.
John, this is Pam. The question that I have is with the cleaning and disinfecting surfaces throughout the day. Do you see that requiring additional staff, or do we have a team already in place to be able to take care of that?
We believe we have staff on hand currently, as long as everyone is able to return to work. Again, if individuals are not returning to work, we must replace them with an urgency.
Okay.
These are set up processes that we were able to execute in the spring when it first happened, that we were able to conduct at each school, and we anticipate being able to maintain that same level here. But it cannot be stressed enough, as you mentioned, that we need everyone to return.
Okay, thanks.
John, I may have missed it, but in terms of the personal protective equipment for teachers, will the school system provide it for teachers? And then what about for students?
Yes, ma'am. We have made orders for all the protective personal equipment for staff and students.
Give an example, John, please.
An example is that the teachers, we have face coverings for teachers, and we also have, for those that are in unique instruction, the option for a plastic face shield, as opposed to the actual face covering that covers your nose and mouth without being able to see lips moving, etc. And then we also have for students provision of face coverings, the fabric kind, for them, as well as for any visitors or people that show up at the school without such. We have touchless thermometers for every school, multiple numbers, to help with the monitoring of symptom requirement upon arriving at the school campus, as well as with buses and additional cleaning supply dispensers for each and every school and location.
Mr. Barras, you mentioned you've got multiple touchless thermometers. I'm trying to envision this at Union Pines, Northmore, and Pinecrest with the large number of students that come in. Are these the kind that are you walk up to the iPad effect and it gives you the your temperature and then you just walk on? Or are these a more retro form that a nurse has to hold it at your forehead?
We have a combination of both, Chair Carter. We have the stations that we get put in some high traffic areas that they walk up and pause, and it's able to be an identifier so they can see the temperature, and then a designee must be there to ask the questions of symptoms to accompany that after the temperature is taken. We also have the handheld laser touchless thermometers, and both of them take approximately 2 seconds to register a temperature. So it does not necessarily one or the other possibly impact the flow, it's just the quantities. So if you imagine, as Dr. Grimacy had used the example, 2,200 students at Pinecrest showing up all at the same time in the morning, when you do the numbers on the time it takes to take a temperature and ask the questions of each student and then let them move on, that compounds itself. And so you need to have multiple of these touchless thermometers and opportunities for staff to conduct this exercise. You could be looking at a dozen or more of those designees doing the same thing at any given time.
And those requirements don't go away with Plan A.
That's correct.
If we've got all the children, we've got to figure out a way to do all of that. And some of them are required, some of them are strongly recommended, but we have to plan for all of that under Plan A.
And manpower is a real concern there because we don't want teachers out checking temperatures when they need to be in a classroom assembling children to facilitate learning. So, and knowing that our county commissioners do not fund nurses to put a nurse in every school to even facilitate this, it will be interesting to see how the manpower is apportioned to get kids into school every morning.
Yeah, we're aware of that.
You were touching on it possibly through buses as well, so I'll wait to hear more.
Mr. Bryant.
Yes, sir.
It's John Weaver. As Libby said, it's going to require quite a bit of manpower. Have we considered the use of volunteers for any of this legwork when students arrive at school?
At this time, we have not specifically discussed using volunteers. We are starting to work with each school principal on adapting all these requirements operationally within their campus and seeing what their limitations are, then how we can solve those. It may require the need of volunteers that can be screened in to do this activity. It may mean that they may have an alternating shift of other staff to help come in, do some of it, then return to other duty. So there's a lot of work that still, as Dr. Metcalf and Locklear presented, a lot of work that still needs to be done in schools. A lot of them have already begun discussing this to try to get ahead of everything and be prepared with the right questions and opportunities.
Thank you. I understand that, and I just didn't want to rule out any possible source of manpower.
Absolutely.
Transportation.
The transportation, as Dr. Metcalf has mentioned earlier, is a critical component here for information of student ridership. Last year, forgive me, I might be off a little bit, just over 5,400 students rode the bus last year as an average. Our survey we have sent out that is due to close July 19th. So far, we have about 1,600 responses to that. We're very grateful for that. That's a great start coming out of the gate with it. However, that's about 30% of our ridership last year of responding. And so we are encouraging every household to really consider and respond if they need ridership, because with Plan B, the determination of who goes to school begins with who's riding the bus. Plan B restrictions have been reduced for on bus as far as occupancy. They have said 1 student per seat now, as opposed to 6 feet of separation, which would have taken our large buses down to about 8 to 10 students at 6 feet separation. By going to every seat 1 student, that takes it to about 24. And if students are from the same household, you can have 2 students in that seat, but no more than 2 at any time. So we need to have that solution and know what students require transportation, which will help us work to define how many students from in what grade level for that school are going on which day under Plan B. So when they respond, we could do that through Power School and Tim's management. We can identify all the students in that household that will require transportation. And it may be in some cases, the elementary student does not require the transportation, but the middle and high school do. So we will make sure that any students that are within that domicile location will have the opportunity to go to school on that same day. And as Dr. Metcalf spoke about earlier, to try to make that work across all grade levels K through 12. So that is a critical step in getting a response and building the plan of who attends when moving forward. And that's why we have a July 19th date on that for the survey.
Mr. Graff,
yes,
a quick question about that survey. Is it intended only for those that do want transportation? For instance, there are families, my own included, that did take transportation last year, but I'm willing to drive this year. So I do not need to fill that out. Is that correct?
Correct. It's just for those that require it. And we also, the form's online, and also we provide information and a number for them to call directly to transportation should they not have access to the web to get that information and fill it out. So we can get all that information together at one time.
Will there be another Connect Ed to remind parents of that?
There'll be more messaging coming out throughout the week to remind families. Dr. Boo is working also with principals on how we can also assist, or they work with us on amplifying the messaging on this.
Thank you.
We also have strict procedures in place that'll clean and disinfect and sanitize between routes and while operating the bus. We have face covering requirements for Plan A and B to be on the bus due to the proximity everyone's going to have to one another. And also we have, as has been discussed, Member Thompson asked this earlier about, I believe, about attestation of some form for students as they enter the bus, whether that is by the parent or to be conducted by the bus driver. That is also a topic that is still being discussed with DPI and DHHS. So it continues to be fluid, but we have put procedures and provisions in place should it be the driver.
Relative to Ms. Wallen-Miller's question, there is a Connect Ed that's going out tonight that does reference the transportation, what do we call it, survey, John?
Correct, survey.
Transportation survey. And yes, we really, just like the academy, we want our parents to really pay a close attention to that. It really helps us for planning purposes if we can get a handle on just how many of our children will be dependent on our buses. Child nutrition.
And with child nutrition, again, one of the challenges, as you can imagine, is trying to distribute meals throughout a school when you can't cram them all into a cafeteria. As we've presented to the board in the past, is some of the very long lunch servings we have at our schools when they are full occupancy. Lunches being served early, 10, 20, 10:30 in the morning, as late as 1:30 in the afternoon. And so with that challenge that comes with it, it's how we can prepare meals that meet the requirements and get them to the students in almost every case. And so the Child Nutrition Department has put together strategies in place with their staff and their ability to prepare meals that we've learned through the summer feeding program, and where they will be providing meals that are prepackaged and ready to be delivered to classrooms, including those that may have certain dietary constraints, and that those would be delivered to classrooms by either child nutrition staff or combination of custodial assistants or TA assistants. And those will also be unique to each school depending on their layout. Separate buildings are a challenge because you have to leave a building to get into a building with tray racks full of food to take to classrooms. So we'll be working with each principal and their kitchen manager at each school site on the best methodology to deliver meals. And in some cases, if you have the ability in our cafeterias, you might be able to bring in some of your absolute youngest students into there to eat in very small groupings, such as your kindergarten students to come to the cafeteria, maintaining social distancing, and eat there as opposed to trying to eat it within their classroom. So they're working with, going to be working with teachers throughout the weeks ahead, principals throughout the weeks ahead on determining the best application that's going to work for each school under Plan B. Under Plan A, it could be a combination of things, because if Plan A, social distancing, is off the table. However, when you go to eat, you have your face covering removed. And so you have opportunity there for any particulates in the air being exchanged. And so again, that might be a continuing combination at schools of dine in the cafeteria as well as eat in the classroom. And under Plan A, we may have opportunity for some choice meals where if you're in a classroom, you can ahead of time indicate what meal you want, and then that option A, B, or C meal can be delivered to you. However, under Plan B, it's going to be a pre-portioned meal for immediate distribution. The challenges that come with this, again, are going to be availability of staffing, and as Mr. Weaver previously offered, that we would want to consider volunteers at certain intervals of times that might be able to help with certain actions. Any questions on child nutrition?
Go ahead, John.
Good news, meal distribution program. We are 82 days into the distribution of meals throughout Moore County itself. We are over 114,000 meals that have been distributed to children across the county. It's been a wonderful, wonderful program. We're very proud of it. Working with the county through funding opportunities, since we have lost the opportunity to use our funds from transportation to offset the cost of distributing the meals. The county has provided us funding to get us through the month of July on distributing meals as we have been throughout the summer. That is Monday through Thursdays right now, and a double meal is given on Thursday to cover for Friday, and the program will continue to operate at each location and distribution site that has been listed and done throughout the summer. We continue our discussions with the county. There's a strong desire by them to see that this continues right up to the start of school. So we are working with them on that and monitoring the costs of that, so that we can hopefully come back with an update to the board in August that we were able to successfully continue the program up to the start of school. So this will also be information that Catherine Murphy will be getting out to the public, and we'll be working with the schools and the Boys and Girls Club to get this messaging to everyone so they will know it'll be continue through the month. This is good news, and we're excited about it.
We are most impressed at the massive manpower that has put all these meals together as well. But that brings me to a question about Plan B. When your student is only in school one day a week, are we making plans to try and distribute meals out in the community to those students who are not in school those 4 other days?
That's a great question, and that is a topic of discussion that has been continued with DPI, child nutrition, and school transportation, as well as federal requirement of it through the extension of the summer feeding program. We are preparing to be in a situation through our pre-prepared meals to go ahead at each school site and have those prepared, and then to work through where the funding might come from to be identified to continue the transportation part of it. That is the key element to the distribution, is transportation. Without the transportation to deliver meals to the needed areas, this program would be cut in far less than half.
As of today, John, has the General Assembly made that accommodation?
Not that I'm aware of, sir.
Okay, so the answer, Ms. Carter, is that we really don't know at this point. What Mr. Barath has laid out is how we'll feed the children that come in on those days, but without the resources, the capability of using school buses to distribute it, it'll be the same challenge that we've had to overcome this summer, which the commissioners have helped the Boys and Girls Club to help us do that. And then if they cannot continue that, if we get under Plan B, then we'll have to hope the state will provide some accommodation. John, am I accurate with that?
That's correct, sir.
Just want to make sure all the facts are straight here.
Thank you.
Anything else, John?
That's all I have at this time, sir.
Okay, Dr. Alpenfels, personnel.
Yes, good afternoon, everyone. We have convened a personnel reentry team that began its work on June the 18th. This team has met now 3 times. We'll be meeting later this week. An excellent group of folks who've rolled up their sleeves, and we've accomplished a good bit in our 3 meetings. We are using the same resource guides that Dr. Locklear referenced earlier, the Strong Schools North Carolina guidance from the Department of Health and Human Services, the Lighting Our Way Forward document that is an evolving document from the Department of Public Instruction, and a new reference guide for suspected, presumptive, or confirmed cases of COVID-19. Our principal perspectives, we're fortunate to have someone with a master's degree in public health on our team, and that expertise has been valuable. So what we've accomplished thus far is we do have, I'm trying to see the order there. We did send out an employee survey last Wednesday, and I checked response rates this morning at 10:30. And we currently have received 1,383 responses, and I'm just so gratified at the attention that our employees have given to the survey and giving their feedback on our reentry to school. We did provide a space for comments at the end about ways that we can help our employees feel safe, and they are providing excellent ideas, suggestions. They're very honest thoughts. Each principal has access to his or her school's data so that they can follow up with any employees who don't complete the survey. Again, we need to understand what our workforce will look like when we return to school in whatever form that may be. Our team has also developed, largely under the expertise of Dr. Seth Powers and Phyllis Magnuson, our school nurse manager, some protocols for staff. Generally, our protocols for staff are going to be consistent. If they're at work, they're going to have consistent protocols. I see I forgot to take my mask off my ears, but that's the new normal here. We are required to wear masks when we are not in our office, and our folks have been very vigilant about doing so. And our employees will have to develop those same habits as we return to school. We are going to be practicing some of the protocols we'll be expecting at schools, including temperature checks here at central office and at some of our schools to work out those kinks. And there will be kinks when you're trying to send all employees and all students. We're going to have to work through those processes, but we are well on our way. 2 sort of outstanding notions that we still have to explore. This employee survey is going to let us know our employees' need for childcare. For instance, if a teacher has a school-aged child of her own, and we're back in Plan B, how do we have a teacher who can give his or her full attention to his or her classroom when 4 days of the week their own child won't be in school? So we're fully aware of the challenges that a Plan B presents to us. We are anxious to get the data from the employee survey to help guide us as we move forward, and we'll have to figure that out. The same is true for substitutes. Plan A is pretty clear. Plan C we've sort of done, but under Plan B and in a virtual environment mixed with in-person instruction, how do substitutes work? So again, we still have great work to do in figuring out those details, but this team is on it. They're engaged, and I'm grateful for their help. I'm happy to try to answer any questions.
Dr. Appenfels, I've been thinking a lot about substitutes, and I know you are too, just from your conversation. Do we have a sense for how many of our substitutes are available? And if so, what age range we're talking about of our substitutes? Because a lot of the data indicate that, the highest risk are obviously those that are on the upper end of the age spectrum. So have we been surveying our substitutes as well?
We're actually going through our typical process that we do every summer, and that is to have substitutes let us know if they're planning to return. So that process is probably nearing completion, but we'll have to follow up with those we've not heard from. And once we have those responses, we'll have those data. Again, working as a substitute when students are in school is one thing. Working as a substitute in a remote environment is an entirely different thing. So we're going to really need the guidance of our principals and our teachers in figuring this out if indeed we end up in a plan B. I hope that helps.
Thank you.
Okay, Dr. Locklear.
Thank you, sir. Just want to end the presentation with a couple reminders. One, our portal for feedback based on the plans that have been presented today will be launched this afternoon. It may already be active. This will allow stakeholders, our students, our staff, our parents, community members to share feedback. Feedback will help guide us as we continue to operationalize and put procedures together to manage each of these plans for reopening school. We do want to note that this portal is not designed for two-way communication. If a parent or community member has a question they would like to receive an answer to, they should continue to use our school emails that are designated for that, or reach out and call the school, or they can use the district email designated for that purpose, which is mcsquestions@ncmcs.org. So we want to make sure folks know we have a system in place if they have questions and need a response. And lastly, the last thing we've emphasized a couple different times, just want to reemphasize the opportunity for our parents who are not comfortable sending their students back to school at this time to enroll in our virtual remote learning option, Connect. That is already active on our website. I've already went out there and checked that. They can begin registering today, and it's open through Thursday, July 23rd. And that can be accessed directly from our main landing page and reopening school information. And then there's several links there. They can gather more information. And so, while we've discussed and had a lot of questions already for clarification, it's helpful to make sure our public clearly understands these plans. As Dr. Grimsey said earlier, whatever plan the governor announces that we'll be operating under, have a great confidence in our students and our staff, our principals, our teachers, our classified support staff. We're going to put together and operationalize plans that's going to do what's best for kids. It's going to support them at a high level. And we're ready to see them. We're ready to get them back in our schools. And we're going to continue to work to make this the best plan possible under the current context. And so we're certainly open to any additional questions that the board may have at this time.
Dr. Locklear, obviously you're reaching out through Connect Dads to students who have previously been enrolled in the school. What about our incoming kindergartners? How are we reaching out to them to provide them with these options?
We have some of them who are already enrolled. Any students who have enrolled, when the new year flips over, which has now happened in Power Schools, we now have access to their contact information. So when these phone calls are going out, we're able to contact our rising kindergartners as well.
Okay. And then one additional question. I know that our summer sports are semi in hold yet because we are waiting for more directives from the governor's office before we increase contact. Under Plan A, we would obviously have sports and extracurriculars. Under Plan B, what's their status?
We'd have to determine that based on whatever information come out from the governor's office, but we are looking forward to opening that as soon as we can. But we really don't know at this time until we get all the information based on the context of the plan we'll be using.
I would like to add to that, Madam Chair, just remind the board that the Ivy League has already canceled all athletics, I believe, at least for the first semester, maybe for the whole year. And the Big Ten has canceled all out-of-conference games, including Penn State at Virginia Tech, Notre Dame at Wisconsin played in Lambeau Field. I just can't emphasize enough that we are not in isolation here. We don't have complete autonomy, and there is a real world going on around us, and we can't be devoid of that. And so our group has worked hard to maximize our opportunities within that context. And so we would have to, I don't know that there's really right now a lot of difference that we've gotten. I think the assumption with extracurriculars has been if we're plan A, we'll have a lot of things to overcome to make extracurriculars occur. Plan B presents an entirely different, more challenging dynamic, and we're going to have to probably look at activity by activity to see what's appropriate and what's not.
Well, I know that some systems, such as Wake County, have already delayed their start into athletics. And of course, what happens within your athletic conference makes a difference as well. If there's no way to play, there's no point in having a team. I guess we would just have to encourage our young people to exercise on their own at this point, remain in condition, and hope for the best. And obviously, all of us are going to be eagerly awaiting the governor's announcements on Friday.
The final decision for off-season workouts is the superintendent's decision. That's a procedural activity. I guess that's a procedure for us, and so that final call is on my part. We've reported to you through our Connect Eds when we've made those decisions and expanded that. Just really felt and like other school districts under phase 2, that where we were directed by the state not to have face-to-face summer reading instruction, face-to-face summer reading instruction. It was quite awkward then to turn around and have athletic activities going on. And so we're trying to be consistent with athletics, extracurriculars, instruction, trying to align that with what the state is doing, what we see other school districts doing, being very thoughtful. And so we'll look at what our current date is. I think July 20th, Tim, was the next date we looked at for off-season workouts. If the governor were to announce Plan A this week for the coming school year, that would give, we would feel that that would be the signal from the Department of Health and Human Services that they're, and if he goes to phase 3, then we've got one set of dynamics. If we stay in phase 2 and it's Plan B that he announces, we got a different set of dynamics. So we have to ask folks to forgive us for not being able to make those kinds of decisions because we've got to keep the horse before the cart.
Well, and I think we all realize that what exists, the situation that exists today may not be the one that exists in 4 weeks or 8 weeks, and that our programming for the fall could be changed. As we know, the governor could shut down schools overnight. There's no saying that something just like that could be in our future. And I think we all have to remain very open-minded to the fact that it's a fluid situation and that these things could change. So we may be able to start one way and then have to switch to another, and it all waits to be seen. But I did want to give others a chance if there's questions anyone happens to have for Dr. Locklear or Metcalf or Mr. Barath or Dr. Appenfels. Let's get them out there now.
This is John Weaver. I have some comments and questions I've kind of held back until the end here. One comment, given some of the concerns expressed by our governor during his briefings, I feel there's a likelihood we're going to be operating under something other than Plan A. I hope that's not the case, but reality is reality. That said, and this probably is directed to Dr. Metcalf, I want to make sure I understand that under Plan B, am I correct in assuming that a teacher will have 1/4 of their students in a classroom, while the other 3/4 of the students for that classroom will be viewing online from the same teacher?
Viewing synchronously online and asynchronous, so both. So yes, they could view online during that time. That could be part of the class, but in addition to that, there'd be asynchronous learning going where they've created videos or what have you, lessons for the students at home.
And if they're online synchronized, will they be able to engage in questions and as any normal student would be that's sitting in the classroom?
That would be the goal. Yes, sir.
Very good. The other question I have is under Plan B. Am I safe to assume that the Blend Ed program will be suspended? Or are we going to continue to try to get those students in the classroom sometime during the week under Plan B? Or has that even been thought of?
Well, that's to be determined, to be honest. That's a great question, and it's one that we have to continue to work through. But we're moving forward in our planning for our Blend Ed program. Talking with families who are interested in the Blend Ed program, which is a K-5 program for us, housed at Medici Creek Elementary. So we're moving forward with continuing to plan, continue to work. But you're right, Mr. Weaver. That's a great question, and it's really to be determined that based on the context.
I just wanted to throw that out there.
Yes, sir.
Those are all the questions I had. Thank you.
I had a couple of questions. It's Helena.
Yes, ma'am.
Go ahead, Ms. Wong.
Great. Just because you have it up on this slide here, will there be any information sessions about this Connect Virtual Academy? I've looked briefly at what you have online, and there seems to be some good information there. But given that the time frame is coming up pretty quickly, will there be opportunities to have information sessions about this?
We currently do not have plans for that, Ms. Wall, no. We've developed the online information, and the team has tried to develop a web page that would be pretty comprehensive with information. But we also stand ready to answer any questions that parents may have. They can reach out via the MCS questions email. They can call the central office. We'll work with them in any way to get them information that or questions that they may have about this program.
Can they contact their own school principal and guidance department?
They certainly can, and we can connect them. They can connect them as needed to anyone on our team that can help them.
The other question, thank you. The other question I had was about hotspots and connectivity. I know that some parts of our county have a real challenge with that, even if you provide a hotspot. Are there any community organizations or partnerships that we can pursue to help with some of those students that are going to have a little more difficulty, even with a Chromebook or an iPad from us, that they still might have some difficulty connecting for online learning?
I'm not aware of any that we've connected with yet, although we've always worked with our, the Northern Family Resource Center, or the Boys and Girls Club of the Sandhills. We've always worked with those organizations. We'll continue to partner with them. Kent is continuing to explore, Mr. Eklund is continuing to explore additional hotspots. Mr. Cox mentioned earlier, there's roughly $80,000 that's pinpointed for access, and where we're looking at the potential of adding additional park and learn sites on our campuses, that we potentially might have that at every site. So we're exploring anything we can to expand access. Yes, ma'am. And certainly open to any organizations that may be interested in offering support.
Thank you. And then you were talking about special populations, and you touched on the EC population and our English language learners and at-risk students. Would you include AIG students into that special populations, that there'll be additional plans being made for those students?
We always we have individual plans for our AIG students, and we'll continue to work those and support them as needed. Yes, ma'am.
And then finally,
they could be among the groups that would be brought in, particularly under Plan B, where we have provisions for those students. That is one of those groups that could be cycled in out of schedule from what you see on the chart today.
Okay, thank you. Then one final question. I don't think there's an answer to it, but I know that it sounds like you're asking staff about being able to provide, or what their issues are going to be with childcare. Are we going to have any opportunity to support childcare for anybody else in the district?
No,
I
ma'am.
think that falls under the category of things, you don't promise what you can't deliver. And so let me just start out with that. Tim, you can be more specific if you guys have gotten into it, but go ahead.
No, sir, that hasn't been no, ma'am, that hasn't been a consideration yet. Our focus has been on what we presented on the day, but we continue to work with the community any way we can, but that has not been a consideration. As Dr. Appenfeld shared, gathering information on our staff needs and seeing how we can help them. But we'll continue to work as we move forward, and engage with the community any way we can, but that has not been a consideration as of yet.
Well, and I understand that. We have to get the learning figured out first. So I appreciate that. I just do know that working families are going to have some challenges with Plan B for sure, and single parents too.
Yes, ma'am.
I don't have any other questions right now.
Any other board members, Madam Chair?
Anyone else? Well, I think that we will all be going home to thoroughly explore this. We'll be getting back to you, all of our senior staff, I'm sure, with questions, and we are all open to questions and comments from members of our community, and we'll look forward to hearing from folks who may have other experiences that we can pull from and to give us some direction. So we certainly appreciate all the many, many hours of work that have already gone into making these plans. And we value the folks that put all this time and effort into it. We will be eagerly awaiting more direction from the governor's office at the end of this week, because I know families are so worried and feeling quite a frenzy as we get closer to August about what's going to happen to their children this fall. And obviously, much consideration has already been given to it. So thank you so much for the report, and we'll look forward to hearing more. Thank you. So we have one more item on the agenda today in the report. So can everybody sit through one more before we maybe take another quick break? All right.
I think Mr. Barath is prepared to move with dispatch on this one, and this is a presentation that the board, while it enjoys it, has come to know what to expect from it. So, Mr. Barath, if you'll take it away and read the tea leaves on the audience here. I think they're always anxious to see your presentation, but also everyone's getting pretty tired.
Yes, very much so. And I appreciate everyone's work throughout this and attention. I'm glad to present the update on school constructions. We'll try to do it like Shakespeare in just slightly over 30 seconds. So as I hope everyone can see what's up on the screen. Please advise me if you can't. Start with the Aberdeen Elementary School. This is a look at the entry currently there. A lot of cleanup has happened. You can see the Tigers flanking the entry to welcome everybody to the new school, as well as the canopy and the lightings in place hanging from there. The inside at the reception area, they have begun moving in and occupying this location as of the middle of last month and getting their operations all set up there. The reception area, you can see they're getting everything organized and set in there. I will note, as far as some of the protective measures, you can note in this image, in the very middle, you see the plexiglass frame for separation protection between the receptionist and people who come in, as well as the posts for signage for the distancing markers of 6 feet, as well as additional information on them. The media center, they have just finished stocking all the collection items there from both schools. Media specialist was very busy there for a few weeks, but every time I checked on her, she was very excited to be there and do this. Classroom furniture began delivery last week, Monday, and just as wrapped up, all the classroom items are now in place, the furniture, as well as they began moving the school's classroom instructional materials from the primary and the elementary school over. The movers have completed the primary school items move over the weekend and are now bringing over everything from the elementary school. So everything's looking great out there as far as that. Everyone keeps getting excited as they see more and more things coming on site. Again, the original contract completion date, January 24th. Temporary occupancy permit had been received. We're stocking and partially occupying under that right now. The contractor has not achieved substantial completion, but with a lot of work from staff and the design team, they are getting very close to achieving that. We actually anticipate that may be achieved here within the next 2 weeks coming up out there, which would be a good thing. We continue to track the progress for the final FF&E, furniture, fixture, equipment, and delivery of all items from the other schools to there. Contractor remains frozen at 94% paid. We're withholding funds for liquidated damages as well as other costs we've incurred out there, such as we just recently had to step in and have the playfield sodded because their seeding methodology had failed to produce a sustainable playable surface outside. So we're using their funds to pay for that. Outside of the awarded project, we have not used any of the contingency or inflation funds at this time. Any questions regarding Aberdeen Elementary School?
This is Pam. I just wanted to ask a quick question of what is the anticipated date for complete staff leaving the older schools and finally moving into the new school?
The administration staff has already done that. Custodians have also transitioned their move over to the new school, while just periodically going back to the other schools just to check on them. And we're working with our area technicians to supplement that as well. And the final move here of all the instructional materials out of the classrooms will complete any remaining staff needs at the other two sites.
Okay.
Yeah, I'd say it's fair to say that operations have officially shifted to the new school. The only reason why we're going to the other schools is to take materials and equipment out that we still need.
Very good. Moving on to Southern Pines. One good thing by this aerial, you can tell is that the building is pretty much under a form of roof, so they're pretty much dried in, which is a good thing with all the rains they've been having out there lately. You can also see by this aerial on the left side the development of putting down the stone for the bus drive and entry loop area on the left that comes to the front drop-off area, as well as down to the back where the buses are. So they're getting ready to get the stone, the curbing, and then paving down there. And the bottom of the image, you can see the paving completion on Carlisle for the extension part right there. And on this image, you can see how the play field topsoil is being placed and getting ready for its sodding as well. And the upper left, hard to tell by this image, but where the retaining wall had in the previous rains collapsed backwards a little bit, that they still have some more restoration to do there as they are mitigating their stormwater drainage. The image from the other direction, east, looking across the site, and you can see the Carlisle extension there. You can see the brick on the building wrapping around the two-story in the front, and now in the middle where the yellow insulation is, getting ready to apply there. Looking from the west, you can see the Carlisle Road continuing all the way up through into its final connection point there. Just another image of the work going on around that front corner where the admin area is, getting the brick up around that with the roofing. The back of the school, brick work is complete, and they started the canopy steel framing along the building you can see in the middle there, as well as the paving preparation for gutters and then paving in the bus loop. Inside the cafeteria, they began hanging the ceiling grid and getting the diffusers set so they can connect them up, and sprinkler pipe as well. The gymnasium has its block filler applied everywhere now, as well as a prime coat of installed in the ductwork, the deck, and on the gypboard. Good sign is also the classroom, toilet room areas in the wings. The tile is down, toilet fixtures are being set in place, so they're making great progress with that. This is the corridor outside the media center and the art and project rooms. They're getting all the framing in place for the soffits and ceiling to go in that corridor. That's kind of the last big part down there of framing. This is looking from the lower level back by the bus drop-off when you come into the building right outside the cafeteria, and you look up at the stairs up towards the primary floor up high, so you get a feel of scale of space in that area. This is the finishing area of the terrazzo through the corridor. I apologize for the color rendition. I know I'm a little bad with color, but something with the aperture of the camera on the iPad did this, so I apologize. It's not a true representation of the colors. I promise it's white, gray, and purple. Here in the classroom, you can see the white and the gray. So as the finished product, and then they go around as soon as they do this work, and they tape over protection mats everywhere throughout to keep the floor protected. They are scheduled to complete September 17th. School is scheduled again, as Andrew Cox discussed during the budget, on January 1st. Contractor is remaining on schedule. Not easy, but they are working very hard to, with all the rains they've had and all the earthwork changes because of the rains. 85% of the construction timeline has passed, and they are 74% paid. That's good. That's just showing a little lag in there. We like to see that, and it'll start tightening up here in the next month ahead. And then again, just like with the other project outside the award, we have not used any of the contingency or inflation funds. Any questions about Southern Pines? Very good. Moving on to Northmore, good shot here. Again, looking down, dead straight down overhead. You can see in the middle there, that's the classroom science wing area in the black dark roofing prep there. So they began getting their base, and then their cap sheets are getting installed out there so they can complete a dry-in process underneath. Again, this site had a hit of COVID to the steel erectors, which delayed their roof joist framing. It's not every time you get all the brickwork done and then you're waiting for a roof framing. So this is a good sign that they're getting in there and getting set with that. You can see the round circle on the right side, which is where the water tank is going for the fire suppression system, and then the pump house will be adjacent to that. There in that image, you can see in the upper area, and you can see, again, more progress on the roof as they're getting their final cap sheets on there over the first plies. The storefront glazing systems arrived, and they began erecting and installing those throughout at the project locations. So they can measure and get ready for glass sizes to be fabricated. Inside the science areas, the duct work has begun and being gone overhead, as well as you can see conduit and pathways and for sprinkler pipe, as well as some of the partitions, and beginning to install the gypsum board up high and not on the floor so it gets wet. And down the main hallway, you can see the provision on the left for the data cabling tray and pathways, as well as the circulation for the piping for boiler heat and cooling and ductwork as well. They had a revised date, as you recall, of September 10th. That was a result of the impact of moving the mobile units out of the way. They remain on schedule and struggling a little bit right now because of the delay by the steel erectors. We are working with the contractor to wait until they achieve total dry-in to then evaluate their impact to the schedule. Any change in the schedule would not be at a dollar cost. It would be just a day extension only. We continue to work with Principal Purvis throughout the process to keep her well informed of her schedule as well with it. 87% of the construction timeline is passed with the September 10th timeline, and they're at 74% paid as well, and they have not used any of the remaining contingency or inflation funds at this time. Any questions regarding Northmore?
This is Pam. Just a comment. It's just wonderful to see the connectivity of those buildings to help that campus be more secure. Getting all of those buildings tied in is just wonderful.
Truly is. Glad to see it happening out there. Okay, moving on to Pinehurst Elementary School. Here's an aerial where you can see now kind of how much of that building takes that site out there. You can see the second story has begun with the block work, steel erection over the other areas for the roof. Looking from the other direction in the bottom of the picture, that's where the entry to the site will be for vehicles to do pickup drop-off. On the far end of the site, along the other street, is where the buses and staff will come in at to keep separation. In the left image of the image, that open area will be the play field for that site as a reminder. From ground level, this is what it looks like from one side, looking across the front of the building, and you can see the great work that's been done trying to pick up on the schedule with the masonry block for the second level, and the erection of the steel for the mezzanine has begun there with that crane. Inside on the first floor, they now are able to get their metal partitions in, as well as ductwork and pathways with conduit and other piping needs throughout. This is the admin area, so you can see the walls with the door frames already going in. It's beginning to hang again, the chipboard up high at this time. Typical classroom, so you can see the windows, the classroom, the storage room with the metal stud framing off to the right of the image there, and the ductwork beginning to be in place. Down the main hallway, again, the utilities are going in place. Again, these are just cool because I'm a geek with that stuff, and they all get covered up in the end anyways. So second floor, you can see the blockwork scaffolding in place as they get to bearing height, so they can begin to set roof trusses and mezzanine steel. And this is the media center. It's a panoramic. None of that steel is bent or rolled. So you get an idea of scale of the space here and what it looks like as far as the layout. This is the cafeteria and openings across in the middle of the picture. That is where the food serving lines will be coming in and out into the kitchen area. So again, windows, a lot of daylight in there and high space to help with noise. And then this is the gymnasium with the trusses set, and they began putting the decking in there to give you an idea of scale and size there. Again, the program is these spaces are the same size across the 4 schools. So the schedule, again, this one had the impact for asbestos abatement that was needed for 30 days. The substantial completion date is March 8th. They continue their geothermal drilling. They did lose crew due to COVID on that, and they had to bring in a separate crew to continue that. About 50% of the timeline has passed right now, and they're at 41% paid, and the project has not used any contingency or inflation funds outside of the award. Any questions regarding Pinehurst?
This is Stacy. I just want to make a comment. I actually got to drive by it last weekend, and it looks like a totally different school. It was so cool because it's facing the other side, which old elementary school wasn't, but it's just really, really neat to see. I was super excited and I wanted to go drive all up in there, but I didn't, but it was very, very cool. It was really cool. I was very excited for it. So they're doing a great job.
I'm glad. It's so wonderful to have all these projects going on at this time. Moving on to McDeeds, just for an update, the contractor has been diligently out there working on the punch list still. Just during this meeting, received a text from them to ask if I would stop by tomorrow morning and take a look at some of the repair and restoration in some areas to do it. So we continue to work with them and monitor their progress, and with their timeline of when they said they would be completed here. We do not anticipate anything being in the way of that. They've had good access to the building and to the various areas to make the little messes they need to complete the work as intended. So I'm hoping that by the next time we meet in August, I'll be able to provide a different update on McDeeds Creek. Any questions on any of the projects that are going on?
No question.
That concludes my presentation.
Lots of confidence, Mr. Barath. Things are looking good. Thank you for sharing this on a monthly basis so that we can finish on a high note. All right, that brings us to the superintendent's report. Dr. Grimacy, do you have a report this month? You're muted still. Dr. Grimacy, you're mute. Yeah. There you go.
Thank you, ma'am. I have nothing to add to what the staff and I have presented already today, Madam Chair.
All right, then let's go ahead and wrap up with board comments, and then we do know we're going back into closed session, but we'll at least be through with the public portion of the meeting. So, Ms. Caldwell, do you have comments today?
I don't have any at this time. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Mr. Dennison. Remember, people are muted, so I think he said he had no comments either.
Yes, ma'am, I do have a comment.
Okay, Ed.
I am aware of the social media posts, articles, and letters to the editor regarding the wearing of face coverings. I'm not going to comment on them, but I do have a few questions. If everyone wore face covering, would COVID-19 restrictions be lifted quicker? If they were lifted quicker, would businesses be opening sooner? And if our businesses are opening sooner, would people be going back to work faster? Would this improve the economy? Therefore, doesn't it make sense if everyone wore their face mask or face covering, the economy would improve sooner than it would than if they did not. That's it. Thanks.
Thank you. Dr. Brown.
Just a quick comment. Please know that our students, teachers, and families have had a challenging year. Please know that as we go through these plans, no one plan meets all our needs or our wants or our wishes. Our concerns are first and foremost for our students and teachers and families. I want to thank those parents and families and teachers that have given us their patience as well as their support as we work for all our community. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Thompson.
I echo what Betty has said and would just like to thank our team, our administrators, Dr. Grimacy, our staff for developing our different plans. At this time, obviously, we don't know what will be given as far as a mandate from the governor. But just as we did with ending up our spring semester with COVID, our remote learning, we had to tweak as we went. And so I'm sure with this, that we'll have to do the same. We'll hit the ground running and then we will have to tweak and revisit as we go. So kudos to all the hard work that has gone into providing the different scenarios. I know it has taken a lot of time and effort, and thank you so much. And also, I just want to take this opportunity on a personal level to just thank everyone within the school system and the community who have reached out to me through our sadness and loss of our little one. So many people have just connected personally. So just thank everyone for your support and love.
Thank you. Ms. Wallen-Miller.
Yeah, I want to end with just reiterating what folks have said, but just really thanking staff for the amount of detail and work that has gone into coming up with these plans. Individual districts have really been asked and stretched to come up with plans in order to open safely, given what the governor is set to announce sometime this week. And I will say that each detail, each of the individual details that I heard today have further plans and procedures and resources that are going to be coming. So it's not all laid out here. There's more information to come, of course, and all of this comes with additional costs too. I am very grateful for the amount of work that has gone into these plans. And I also want to point out that I'm appreciative of staff offering option D to give our families the choice of a fully online synchronous choice for learning. This is an innovative option for those families who want to consider it for this coming semester and potentially the year. I do want to be sure that my position is clear, and I echo what Dr. Locklear said. And as a parent and as a board member and as an employee myself and as a member of this community, I do believe that children learn best from their teachers in person and at school. I agree with our district staff that our #1 goal should be to get the kids back into school full time. Plan A would absolutely be the best solution for all around. With that said, we still have to be prepared for Plan B, and Plan B, as we have heard today, has numerous challenges for students, teachers, staff, parents, and employers. I have spoken to local doctors, including pediatricians and infectious disease specialists and those who care for our children in childcare and after school. I have talked to parents, I have read emails, and I have followed social media discussions, and I have come to one conclusion, that there is no perfect solution for everyone. Every possible learning option has benefits and drawbacks. I am not defeated though. Plan B does give us an opportunity to bring students back for some necessary in-person instruction in interaction with their teachers and friends. It is most likely not perfect, but we know these interactions are important for our students, and this plan, if we have to go this way, would ensure that our students and staff are given the opportunity for a safe, blended learning experience. Again, I would prefer Plan A, and I think everybody on this call and in this community would prefer that as well. At this point, what we need to do is wait for our governor to make a decision at some point this week so that we can continue and share the final steps of whatever plan is chosen. So thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Weaver.
First of all, I'd like to say that I'm looking forward to our upcoming graduation of our Community Learning Center graduating seniors and congratulate them on completing this milestone in their life. Secondly, I appreciate all the work that's gone into developing each of the reentry plans presented today. It's put Moore County schools in a better position to react to whichever plan the governor stipulates will be used going forward. I understand this has been a very frustrating and at times an emotional experience for parents, students, and teachers because final plans are not already in place. Please understand this is a very fluid process, and I ask that parents, students, and teachers remain patient as final plans unfold and are communicated.
Thank you. Well, as we finish up today's meeting, I'd like to note again that we are in a holding pattern in all of our North Carolina public schools. We are all on hold until Governor Cooper gives us the go-ahead to proceed with school this fall. We do not know what his announcement will be on Friday, but we do know that our Moore County schools have evaluated every aspect of a return and stand ready to implement the appropriate course. I also know that we cannot please everyone, and to that end, I share a post from that always factual social media outlet, Facebook. It reads, "As our leaders begin to plan for what school will look like in the near future, pray for them. If school starts normally, people will be angry. If school starts with restrictions, people will be angry. If we wear masks, people will be angry. If we don't wear masks, people will be angry. If student sports are canceled, people will be angry. If student sports are allowed to continue without spectators, people will be angry. If we have a staggered start time, or if we continue distance learning, or if we offer a combination of both, there are people who will be angry. In other words, our leaders are in a lose-lose situation. The choices they make over the next few weeks and months are completely uncharted territory for them. They, and in this case it's we, are doing the best we can. Stay positive." Now, at this point, I'll entertain a motion to return to closed session.
Madam Chair, since the closed session is on the agenda and it was recessed earlier, you can simply declare that we're returning to closed session.
All right, at this point, unless there are comments from someone else, then we are going to return to closed session. And when we return to actual open session, again, we do not anticipate any other business. So at this point, Mr. Eklund, if you are available, if you will close us down. Thank you to all.
feel like we're the Brady Bunch. Everyone look up, look down.
We're back live again.
All right, we're back live. I'll call the meeting back to order as we return from closed session. Is there a motion?
Madam Chair, move the meeting be adjourned.
I second. It's John Weaver.
Motion by Mr. Dennison, second by Mr. Weaver. Ms. Caldwell, how do you vote?
Aye.
Ms. Thompson?
Aye.
Ms. Miller?
Aye.
Mr. Weaver?
Aye.
Mr. Dennison?
Aye.
Dr. Brown?
Aye.
And I also will vote aye. So the motion carries 7-0. The meeting is adjourned. Mr. Eklund, you may take us offline.